attending via Zoom. Oh, we have an echo up here. I'll read through this while we resolve it just to get this out of the way. So welcome to our council meeting. This will be a hybrid meeting. That is, as a courtesy, members of the public may participate remotely. As we move through the agenda, everyone will have the opportunity to address the council. If you are here in the room, please fill out a speaker slip and indicate which item you wish to comment on. Our city clerk is not present here tonight, but you may relay that to our city manager, Narup Shivatse here. And then the city clerk will call on you. Well, actually, I'm sorry, the city manager will call on you to speak in the order you turned in your speaker slip. If you are participating remotely, when we get to that item you wish to comment on, please use the raise hand feature and the city manager will recognize you. Public comments from remote participants on Zoom will be audio only. This means member of the public wishing to address the council will be allowed to speak live. However, their video will not be shown and screen sharing will not be an option. Finally, since the city cannot guarantee that the public's access to teleconferencing technology will be uninterrupted, and the option for the public to participate remotely is a courtesy, if technical difficulties arise for participants using the Zoom option, the meeting will continue unless required otherwise by the Brown Act. Thank you. And now we will move on to agenda item 4, the adoption of the agenda.
I move to adopt the agenda.
Second.
Thank you. I'll do a quick roll call. Well, roll call is not necessary. Yes, thank you. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Motion adoption agenda passes. And now item 5, public comments. Oh, actually, there is no closed session, so we will move on to the public comments for those. Actually, that's after we'll do the pledge of allegiance. Yeah, we're working through this without our fearless leader, Mayor Andori. Let's see here. So pledge of allegiance. Can we stand for the pledge of allegiance, please? Thank you. And now we will move on to public comments for items that are not on the agenda. Are there any public comments?
I have one hand raised. Are there any public comments in the room?
In the room? No public comments in the room. Then
I have Patricia Risky.
thank you. Welcome, Patricia.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Well, the mayor is not there, but vice mayor, council members and staff. In light of the accident on St. Mary's Road by the back of Stanley Middle School last Friday, May 5th at approximately 3:56 p.m., when 2 cars were overturned, I would respectfully ask that the city work in partnership with the school district to enhance the safety at this location by adding a second formalized drop-off pickup point. Though the accident occurred after school pickup, this particular area is used every day by parents as an informal drop-off pickup point. This area is not just used for drop-off pickup at school times, but is used for parking for the sports fields at Stanley. There are on average 42 cars that park there at the weekend who have to reverse onto St. Mary's Road, which is an accident waiting to happen. The tool design report of 2022 recommends a formalized pickup drop-off area on St. Mary's Road as a medium priority with a formal path to connect to the school campus. It was also recommended in the 2018 Downtown Congestion Reduction Plan. Why a grant application was made and funded for a 10-foot multi-use pathway on Topper Lane, where very few students walk, and was only recommended in the tool design report as a medium priority, the same as the recommendation for St. Mary's Road. This boggles the mind when the St. Mary's Road access to Stanley School has many more students and cars and especially since several collisions have occurred in that particular area. I don't know what caused the accident last Friday or how it happened, but needless to say, there has to be a better way to configure this area to ensure the safety of everyone. I'm thankful that no one was too badly injured, and as a resident of the area, we don't need another fatality as happened on School Street. Having staggered school hours and more school buses will definitely help with congestion. However, when you consider that over 1,200 students attend Stanley School, come from within 15 square miles, not everyone will be able to use buses, bike, or walk, and the majority of kids have to rely on parents doing the driving. Patrick Gollier has informed me that the OBAG3 funds cannot be rescoped off of Topper Lane to address this higher priority. But I would encourage the city and staff to reconsider this, work with CCTA and MTC, and find a way to make a formalized, safe drop-off on St. Mary's Road a reality and keep our kids safe. Thank you.
Thank you, Patricia. Is there any questions? Okay, thank you. Thank you, Patricia. Are there any more comments on Zoom, via Zoom?
No, Vice Mayor Dawson, there are no more public comments on Zoom.
Thank you. All right, with that, we will move on to our presentations. And the first is Mary McCosker.
Good evening. I'm back again. Tonight, I'm bringing you, if someone will put me on, there we go. We're going to talk about the Lafayette Cemetery. The Lafayette Cemetery is 7. There is a second similar pioneer cemetery located in Alamo. The first recorded burial in the Lafayette
Yeah, see, it's breaking up now.
Cemetery was in 1854, but the first burial in Lafayette was a young girl. Henrietta Hodges, whose family had traveled to California from Wisconsin by wagon area. Yeah, the Hodges family asked the landowner right. Samuel Hodges, an older Samuel had the prettiest places in the neighborhood. The residence is a 2-story building, handsomely constructed at a suitable distance from the public road. Among some fine large trees that line the bank of the creek. The farm is midway between Lafayette and Walnut Creek, villages on the country road leading from Oakland to Mount Diablo on a beautiful stream called Release Creek, the banks of which are lined with oak and laurel. He purchased the land in 1851, 175 acres of good farming land and good pasture land. The farm is well watered by several fine springs. He keeps on his farm some of the best kinds of horses, cattle, sheep, and carries on a general farming business. Samuel and his family shown here on Thanksgiving Day, Sister Emma Donner, between the Methodist Church and Brook Street. Emma Donner taught school at the Lafayette School with Jenny Bickerstaff. They had 40 students and she was paid $60 a month. She paid $20 a month to the Hodges for room and board. and she was born at sea when the boat was in the Gulf of Mexico. The document 1874 is shown here. Elam Brown was chosen chairman of the meeting as directors of the corporation. In October 1874, 4.5 acres of land were purchased from Medford Gorham for $100 for the cemetery. This is the grave of Andrew Allen, son of Isaac and Margaret Allen, who traveled west with the wagon train when he was 24 years old. He was traveling with him, died in childbirth en route to California. His father also died during the journey of typhoid fever. After recovering, this is the headstone of James and Delilah Bickerstaff, parents of Jenny Bickerstaff, longtime teacher and beloved citizen. The Bickerstaffs came to Lafayette from Pennsylvania. James was born in Ireland, and both his wife and daughter were from Pennsylvania. This is the receipt for the cemetery plots purchased by James Bickerstaff, where he, his wife Jenny, and her husband William Rosenberg are buried. This is the gravestone of Jenny and her husband William. Jenny was first married to Stephen Dewing, whose first wife had died, and she helped to raise his children. After he died, she was alone for some years until she met William Rosenberg at a harmonica convention in Santa Cruz, and ended up marrying him and was married to him until her death in 1966. Here she is on her horse Topsy on Moraga Road in 1891. She taught school in Lafayette and Moraga, riding her horse side saddle to her teaching jobs, for which she was paid $60 a month. Here are some minutes from the Lafayette Cemetery Association, 1923. And you notice at the bottom, Jenny served as secretary to the association, and she had married Stephen Dewing by this time, hence her name at the bottom. Peter Thompson, this is the headstone of Peter Thompson and his wife. Peter came to California from Canada in 1859 by ship, sailing around the tip of South America from the Atlantic Ocean to the Pacific. Peter on the right was the town blacksmith for 60 years. He put horseshoes on horses, made metal tools for farmers, and other useful items such as square nails. This is his blacksmith shop located at the site of today's Bank of America. And here's a receipt from his blacksmith shop for plow sharpening in 1862, $11. His home was located brother of blacksmith Peter Thompson. He's continental because he was sister of Peter's wife. Very small dating pool. Here's Robert Thompson and his family in 1889. There are several of these pictures that were taken by and set up a scene by hanging this backdrop and putting tarp. Lindsay Blue Starks was a bullwhacker. He fought for the South in the Civil War. He helped log the redwoods of Oakland and Canyon and carried them on his wagon to Martinez, where they were floated to a sawmill where they were sawed into lumber. Bullwhackers were men with large wagons and a team of oxen. This is another family plot, the Daly family, and here's their family portrait. They owned the meat market. The first meat market located near Plaza Park. This is circa 1904. May Daly Starks appears in front of the store in this photo. As there was no electricity in Lafayette at this time, but the meat market had an ice box. Went to come to Lafayette from Ireland, and his wife, Elizabeth Jane Allen, was the granddaughter of Margaret Allen Brown. Jane was the baby born during the trip west in 1846. Robert and Gertrude McNeil's gravestone is shown here. She was the daughter of Robert and Charlotte Thompson. He was the son of William and Jane McNeil. This is a picture of them taken in 1915. They were the owners of the grocery store from 1902 to 1925 and took an active part in the development of the community. Here's their store with his wife and his children in front of the grocery store. Here's a receipt from his store in 1920. This is the grave of outdoorsman. He loved hunting and fishing and camping. He became ill and was probably bedridden next to him belongs to for about 30 years. A post office was part of the store in the early days. Adeline Shreve's family had come here from Lafayette County, Illinois, so she is credited with choosing the name for our community. And here's a receipt from his store for items purchased, Mr. Huff. Nathaniel Jones was the first sheriff of Contra Costa County and later was public administrator and supervisor, and has taken a deep interest in all the material interests of the county and has ever been an uncompromising opponent of extravagance in the use of community funds. Here he is with his wife. He was born in Tennessee. His wife was one of Margaret Allen's children, and they came in the wagon train in 1846. They purchased property on Happy Valley Road called Locust Farm. And here is a drawing of the property. It's 100 acres of as fine valley land as can be found in this state land. A fine orchard of about 5 acres of choice fruits, and around his residence, some of the largest locust trees to be seen in the state. The seed of the locusts were brought to the state in 46 and given to Jones, who planted them in 1848 and were the first Black locust seeds planted in the state. So I have a little preview for you for next month, because I will be attending a granddaughter's graduation, but Larry Blodgett will be here with old Betsy and with Mike Raffo. And so they're very excited about showing you the fire engine. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mary. And yeah, another excerpt in this wonderful history of Lafayette. Thank you so much. Oh yes, she's off. So I'm, which is East Bay Municipal Utility District. Welcome, Director Coleman and team.
Good evening, Vice Mayor Dawson, City Council members and staff to our very hot summer. It looks like it may be over. And so we'll see how things pan out. My name is John Coleman. I represent Ward 2, which includes all of Lafayette, the portions of Pleasant Hill and Walnut Creek that are in our East Bay Med service area, Alamo, Danville, and well, safety of dams has mandated that we address the seismic safety of the tower. We shared with you our original concepts and appreciate your feedback. We heard you, and I happen to agree with many of the comments that we did hear about. EB Med has been working with the consultant on architectural details of the tower, and we're pleased to share the they were very involved with their creativity, offering their design alternatives. Their contribution has helped inspire our latest renderings. Our goal is to ensure the safety of the facility. However, we do not want to design. We do want the design to fit into the environment for the Lafayette Reservoir, and look forward to going into the next century with that. And I'm going to look forward to the comments that we hear about. I'd like to introduce three people. Elizabeth Balick, who's right up there, the manager of engineering, Sean Tordoro, I'm mispronouncing Sean's name, Tordoro, senior civil engineering, and Jimmy Yola, our director of engineering and construction. They have more specific information on the new design. Thank you for your attention. Thank you for your emails. Thank you for your phone calls, and look forward to hearing what your comments are. So I'm now going to turn it over to Elizabeth, Sean, and Jimmy.
Good evening, everyone, and thank you for having us. We've heard your input, which has helped shape the direction of the project. Last time we presented to you in January. I'm going to start off, though, again, a little bit about the background of the project. And so next slide. So again, Lafayette Reservoir Tower is an important dam safety feature of the reservoir. It functions not only as an outlet tower, but as a spillway. Lafayette Dam does not have a conventional spillway that we see in a lot of dams. There is an opening at the tower at the max elevation that allows free flow of water if it gets too high, and is sized to allow for safe passage of water. And because of this, it is an important feature and has to stay safe in all conditions, notably after a major earthquake. And so we are regulated by the California Division of Safety of Dams. And so the overall facility has a fair rating because of the tower, and DSOD has mandated tower upgrades, posed restricting the reservoir elevation to take away some of that hazard. And we've been in that situation, but we have been proceeding in earnest with a retrofit as mandated by a regulator. The good news is the studies indicate that the dam is safe, but again, the tower is vulnerable. And so the objectives of this project are to ensure that the dam will be safe after maximum credible earthquake and to allow the tower and conduits to remain functional. Next slide. So we shared this last time about the tower seismic deficiencies. So we have bending capacity over part of the tower and the elevator for 40. We have come to this conclusion after several analyses and including a comprehensive structural evaluation of the tower and conduit system, and I'll get into that later, using state-of-the-art finite element numerical modeling and dynamic response spectrum analysis cannot withstand a maximum earthquake. The moment and shear demand are expected to exceed tower capacities. The tower is stable against overturning in its configuration, but close, marginal, not enough of a factor of safety to feel comfortable. So after conducting an alternatives analysis, East Bay Mud plans to the risk. And I'll go into a little more there. So East Bay is a structural analysis program that concluded that reducing the tower height to elevation of 460 provides the greatest structural effectiveness. In the sensitivity analysis, we looked at shortening the tower to elevations 490, 480, 470, and 460 as options. And shortening the tower to 460 is the optimal height that provided the lowest demand to capacity ratios. So moving on to the next slide. So we completed the structural analysis, but we also went through the step of doing a probable failure, not just, okay, is the tower safe, but what else could go wrong? What are other possible failure modes? And so we looked at that exhaustively and found that there is a concern with the conduit. Now, the top shows there a cross section of the dam with on the right being the reservoir and the tower sticking up, and then the conduits which extend beneath the dam. Now, again, this is very important because, again, the tower functions as a spillway. So that is the system to get water safely out of the facility. And so underneath you see, a design of what it looks like in more detail, the tower and then the conduits and the anchor there. And so, a comprehensive analysis showed that in addition to the tower, the first 150 feet downstream of the conduit need a retrofit. The critical scenario is a shearing of the spillway conduit near the base of the tower. And so the design now calls for adding steel liner for about the first 150 feet downstream so that it can function if there is damage after an earthquake. We are also remediating the entire section because the feature is 100 years old and we want to make sure it lasts for another 100, if not more. What's fortunate is that the work can be done from the toe of the dam, and we showed last time how that would be possible in that lay down area at the toe of the dam. A taller retrofit would impart greater forces to the conduits. And so if you think of the tower as a lever with the base of the tower as the base of the lever, the longer it is, the more force there is at that connection. And really that is the critical point that we are concerned about. We also want a suitable factor of safety because, again, people's lives are at stake here. So moving to the next, go to the next one, we'll come back to this one. So we talked about this last time. Over the years, we've considered a large range of alternative drilled into the bedrock. completed extensive analyses, and we came to see you in January and have had some informational meetings and gotten input from the community. So in our outreach efforts, we did receive helpful feedback about improving the aesthetics of the platform and minimizing visual aspects of the trash racks and fish screens that we'll look at in a moment. And so we've taken steps to address that. With a few notable thing that's probably also when we're mobilizing and demobilizing those events. It's time we was including a parapet, possible alternatives for how the finish could be done to be more fitting with the natural setting at the reservoir. And so ideas were either having a design that's reminiscent of arches like fish design. And these are things that can be done with appropriate aesthetics, with form, or stamped embossed concrete. We would, of course, work on what would this is. It will take a moment now just to talk about the feature of the towers and their function. There is the square that you see on the side of the tower is the debris rack and fish screen. And you may recall, and we're going to see later, it is more prominent. We're going to do that to be lower profile. Again, we need to have space for dealing with valve stems and maintenance. You have to have a ladder for access to the tower that would be through a hatch at the bottom of the platform. The parapet wall was added to protect a tower to have for the next alternative that we had looked at is a platform with a metal particularly something that was more reminiscent of the existing tower. So it is an aluminum metal structure that is lightweight, that has the standing seam roof, again, with our at 449 feet, which is the spillway elevation, 433, which is what it's about now, and a close-up. So you can see the electric sluice gate operator is shown. The Devitt crane is there. You also have gate operators and electric and manual operators to raise the gates. The crane is there. In the close-up, you can see the equipment, but again, less visible at a distance. There will be bird netting at the arch openings, which further kind of obscures the visuals there. There is a hatch on the roof to allow stem access, but we aren't envisioning having people go up. We will the main thing. Mentioned that it is an aluminum structure. The finish shown is a standard silver gray with low reflectivity, similar to, trying to mimic the concrete, but in a lightweight way. We have selected a finish to minimize the amount of sheen from the structure. And so, again, visually very similar, but with a modern take and a new look for the tower. Just like the current tower, the upgraded tower, because of its height and location, won't be accessible to the public. And again, in evaluation with the parapet and metal structure here, we have figured out a way to make a roof work for us. We do need then larger openings, because if we can't take things up, they have to go out the openings other than, again, the stem through the hatch. So this slide, just so people can see, shows a comparison of the existing and proposed towers. And I think it was very helpful. And we find that the metal house is the closest option to addressing the aesthetic concerns of the community, and is it's good for East Bay Mud staff and results in a project or questions. And I think if we go ahead one, this is what the options look like as a comparison questions. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Council, if they have any questions for you, but I want to acknowledge that we do appreciate that you've come back and you've listened to the community and you've incorporated this in these new designs. So thank you. I want to make sure that's clearly stated. We're very appreciative of that. Any questions?
Sure. Yes. Thank you for the presentation and for all the good work that's gone into getting to where we are today. On this last picture, actually, if you could go back one slide, I was curious about the water height here, because you said that the ideal elevation, according to your models, was to do 460 foot of the tower itself, right? So is that the base of the tower, but not the peak of the metal operating house? What's 460 in this?
Yeah, good question. So that would be the base. Yeah, base of the platform. And this water level is our current water level, which we're estimating about 433. So a normal operating level. Spill would be towards that gray box.
Right. You said the fill be at 449 elevation, where it starts to cover the box.
Mm-hmm.
It covers the box up.
Yeah.
And what is a typical, when the public walks by today, what do they typically see as your elevation? What do you try to keep it at as a target?
I think it varies depending on rainfall. This is probably pretty representative. I do point out that we are under a restricted water level because of the conditions. So, potentially in a wet year could be higher. And I don't know, we haven't spilled in years.
That's right. Our restrictions are 440.
You may want to use the microphone.
Yes, as Elizabeth was saying, we have a restriction. The restriction elevation is 440 feet. And then the reservoir is maintained below that level now.
Yes, just as an aesthetic, it makes a difference, right?
Yeah.
So just trying to decide that, most of the time through the year, what is the public going to be looking at?
Probably close to this, because in a normal year, we wouldn't have rain like we had this year. And so this year, when the water level went up, after the storms would release. So, just estimate this is probably a typical range. It could be, again, higher in a wet year, going closer to spill.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Candell?
Yeah, thank you. Very much. Thank you for all that you guys have done. The conduits underneath. So that was something new we're hearing about today. How much is that going to extend your workload versus over how much time was going to take to do the tower? Now, how much time for the tower plus the conduit?
And, I apologize. Last time when we presented, we kind of glossed over that point, but we did want to emphasize that today. We still anticipate a one-year construction schedule, meaning spring to fall, and that work would be at the toe of the dam where we previously showed staging, and then we would enter through the tunnel and do it internally.
Oh, I have one more.
Yes, please.
I did have one more question about the conduit and the steel liner. So was that shown in pink? Were the pink brackets around it? Was that does the pink mean anything, or what is the reinforcement? The blue part is being added?
So yeah, that's actually the tower and like cutoff walls that are within the tower, and then the conduits are large diameter pipes that go within the tunnel. So it shows because the spillway again and the outlet are separate lines, and then they're in the tunnel, those cutoff walls, and that's all buried. Does that make sense? Did I explain that clearly enough that
I guess is the pink in addition to the current
the pink is existing there?
is existing?
Yeah.
Okay.
And so we're going within that tunnel, and you see it's kind of a tight fit. You can sort of tell in the cross section and here, because the pipes are one over each other and then go side by side. And so within that limited area, we're going to perform the strength. Tower.
I apologize. We don't know why that's happening. Sorry about that. That there are speaker slips at the back. If you wish to speak on this item, please fill out a speaker slip. We do have a speaker, Matt Burtix.
Hello, my name is Matt Burdix. First of all, I want to thank East Bay Mud. That's a great presentation. I really appreciate you hearing us and giving us another option. It's really fantastic. So thank you for that. We live in the Olympic Oaks neighborhood in Lafayette. I've worked here in the East Bay as a structural engineer for the last 37 years. And as a structural engineer, I love math. So I'm going to throw a little bit more math at you, and I apologize in advance. I have reviewed the alternative selection report for the project prepared by AECOM for East Bay Mud. According to AECOM's data and calculations, after the existing tower is shortened, the seismic design mass acting upon the remaining tower, the 80 feet or so of remaining tower, will be around 1.65 million pounds. Yes, 1.65 million pounds. Adding a tall steel replacement tower on top of the shortened concrete tower would only increase the seismic design mass by around 40,000 pounds. I've done the math. That's about a 2.4% increase. East
include it. And why did you choose not to include it in this final design?
So we did other factors?
So, okay, so you did look at it, but could it be possible? I guess maybe it's more where I'm going, couldn't,
You know, the question, and again, the issue is the performance of the entire system, and paramount here is safety. And take
Thank you. Any other questions? Councilmember Geringer?
So I want to also reiterate, thank you for going out to the community and for listening. I do have some questions, and I may want to go back to that slide about the timeline, because it felt like there were very sort of closed groups that it was presented to, not
in the direction of the metal operating house.
Okay, and your community outreach is sort of done now?
So we're coming back now to you for any additional input. We did go to for the La Marinda Rotary, and certainly would speak to any groups that might be interested. in hearing more.
Okay, to Council Member Candel's question and some of the comments that we heard about the taller, lighter, and the I am not an engineer, but in terms of the proportionality and the tests that that I guess what I'm not seeing is, again, with something taller that's more appreciate trying to get that house feel that. And so it's not that same iconic look. And I, again, I appreciate the partnership. I know that it's as that sort of recreational ability, and very much appreciate the working with the community on the events. But I'm still very, very much, and I don't think I'm alone, oddly, to the community. People will be very surprised when it comes in. And I know we sit here at our meetings 2 times a month and want everybody to, you know, get their information that way. But I just feel like that we're going to come down the path, and I appreciate Andrew saying that this is a good compromise, but that we still haven't really prepared the community for that.
And so again, you know, in addition, we do plan to have informational signage and outreach at the facility so that people are aware this is coming, and, you know, are aware that there will be a change. And you know, that will help. We are thinking, you know, we understand that this is, you know, an important image in the community. And so perhaps some kind of, you know, commemorative event or welcoming of the new tower. Again, we're hopeful that the community embraces the new tower as a new iconic look. Because the maintenance is a concern on a much taller structure. You know, here we have, again, I went through like how we came to this elevation. Light of the whole 3D configuration.
That's good. This meeting is really, we're not making any decisions. It's a chance for us to get an update from East Bay Mud on where things stand, and for the public to come forward and also give feedback. And I think it's been very successful in that regard to hear of all the progress in integration of from start. or it's not just having a functional element, but is rather iconic. And I do think the question first asked is like, does the community really care about this? And if so, how much does it cost? What would be the cost to do that? But I think along those lines, AECOM did the analysis probably of the functional version, but maybe the scope of work did not contemplate adding a lightweight structure on the top. And I, in the spirit of using this meeting to try to find a path forward that is progressive for all of us, would you be open to meeting with the gentleman in the room that have come forward with their skills to not the increasing of the height of your proposal with the metal hut? If that were to be increased, is there a safety risk involved in doing that? Or is it a safety improvement based on what we heard with the harmonic balancing, which also, that might be good if it was taller. But then what would be the trade-off in terms of increased cost, in terms of capital expense up front versus maintenance cost over time? But if maybe you could just do us the favor of hearing that out and seeing if you could explore a taller option so that we would know whether that's in the realm of possibilities. I know that we would appreciate that. Again, from an opportunity to create public art. If the Golden Gate Bridge at yay high were suddenly half the height, it just, wouldn't be quite the same thing, even if it was the same color and everything. And I sort of feel like that a mini me, if it was just too mini, it's sort of, maybe not really, we're probably just going through the motions there. But, if we could keep it the same in this preservationist approach for public art, then I think that'd be valuable to the community. So I wonder if, as a follow-up, you would be willing to take on some of those meetings and just explore the feasibility and cost implications of trying that second approach. And if not, then I'm glad we did it and come back and tell us that. But if we could, then maybe that's a path forward.
So I appreciate the comments. I do want to assure the council that we did share this alternative with our explore. Great uncertainty in what actually the earthquake will shake like. And so approaches that fairly safe. And
Councilmember Kendall.
Thank you. And I want to thank Councilmember Kwok for those comments. I wholeheartedly support that. I hope you guys would meet with them if you haven't already. I like the taller design. I'll be honest, this one, it's like, wow, I'm gonna kind of look at this tenure and go, yeah, I'm one of the council members who they got rid of the reservoir. And it's going to be a sad part of being a tenure person. And if I didn't try everything I could do to get something beautiful and hopefully a little taller, then I would like to exhaust all those resources that we can to show that we really did try. And I would absolutely encourage you to take a real deeper look and really see if it can be safe. And I understand steel is harder to maintain than aluminum. So I understand the choice for aluminum, but maybe there's some other options still that haven't been decided. So thank you.
Thank you for those comments. And again, we have looked at this. We are taking this action because the facility isn't safe and we have to do something. It would be absolutely irresponsible to leave the tower as is or design something that we didn't feel confident in. I do hear the council's concern, but this is also the council that then would have been the one to advocate for a safe path forward, and the aesthetic.
Presents the presentation, presents similar to this. And I appreciate the people who are here. But I know that there are a number of members of the community that if we advertised it, the passion is in the community. But I think it also is a goodwill, just as meeting with some of the residents who are here this evening, it would be a goodwill outreach. And I don't know, I'm looking at the city manager, how we could potentially partner with that. I know you went to the chamber, but I think it was chamber.
To uh, uh, here where it's specifically advertised would be looking. So.
Thank you. And thank you to all fellow council members for your considered discussion here. And thank you again for your response and coming back. And I do agree that with the public comment here, that here we are celebrating our 175th anniversary. And that conversation. So we'd appreciate that. But I do thank you again for this presentation and for this response, because we don't take it for granted that you did not go back and come back with this. So we do appreciate that. And we look forward to continued conversation. Yes.
Speaking of all these anniversaries, I do want to congratulate East Bay Med on your 100th anniversary. We have had not for 100 years, but as we're celebrating our 175 plus.
Thank you. Thank you. May 22nd is the official.
September. By Mike Moran. Oh. I apologize. How can I? All right.
Shafazadeh, and another one of our great pleasure and honor to present to you the annual update for those who may not future goals and potential asks. For some context, we have gone through some staff changes over the last 10 months. So this has definitely caused a couple of hiccups along the way. And we're really hoping to reach our stride as ordinances make their way to City Council this summer. So under accomplishments in policy, we continue to make progress in our subcommittees for leaf blowers, building electrification, and single-use foodware. I'll go over those more in a future slide. October of last year was a big month as we were able to recommend the EV charging ordinance to the Planning Commission, which was then approved and then sent to City Council and was adopted. The passing of this EV charging reach code means that Lafayette will provide for all future residents of new multifamily housing universal access to EV charging. This is in preparation for the state's transition to EVs, given Governor Newsom's executive order in 2020 to ban the sale of internal combustion cars by 2035. And this is to help meet equity concerns regarding accessibility to charging for those in multifamily housing. This reach code, while a step in the right direction, still does not address the lack of charging infrastructure for residents living in current multifamily housing. And this is an issue that ETF is continuing to study. In April 2021, a group of fifth grade students from Burton Valley who call themselves Project Earth present for Dr. Brent Stevens, the Lafayette School District Superintendent, who plans to coordinate with students at Stanley Middle School to create durable metal signs for no idling, and will hopefully implement these signs at the 4 elementary schools and at Stanley before the coming year. And as of today, city staff Jonathan Kasianagi has also altered recreation and senior services program receipts to read the following to help spread the word. The city of Lafayette is an idle-free city. Please avoid allowing your vehicle to idle as you and your family enjoy city programs. So thank you, Jonathan. So the number of positions on the ETF has recently been in flux as we had 3 members resign recently. And just in March of this year, the council agreed to reduce the number of positions on our commission from 9 to 7 so that we can still achieve quorum and have greater efficiency as we move to in-person meetings. We at this moment have 6 members and are working to fill 1 vacancy. We have interviews scheduled this Wednesday and are looking forward to meeting with the new candidates. Personally, in my time on the ETF since 2017, I've never seen ETF be active in advocacy and education. So I do want to thank our liaisons for their encouragement and by leading by example, specifically Councilmember Kwok. In April 2022, he presented to the council policies the city can pass to reduce its carbon footprint. And shortly thereafter, the ETF also presented publicly in a webinar presentation on the benefits of building electrification, which is recorded and on the city's website. We also created a web subpage with resources and a public survey to gauge interest and support from Lafayette residents and businesses. In the last 12 months, we've gathered 110 responses. And overall from the survey, we saw 54% of responses were supportive of new building electrification. But if you screen out the respondents who didn't watch the educational webinar, the number jumps up to 73% in favor of adopting building electrification reach codes for Lafayette. General concerns from the survey included the cost of transitioning, as well as access to electricity during PG&E's public safety power shutoffs. To the original foodware ordinance language we had from 2019. And Kate and advise electric equipment. Well, we haven't heard directly from Public Works since the Piedmont meeting on the enthusiasm or plans to switch from gas-powered equipment. We have heard from Parks and Rec that staff are already transitioning to electric equipment and are supportive of a leaf blower ordinance. And then last year, following our annual update and request for alerts and implemented the program in March of this year. Lafayette residents 18 years or older are now able to borrow for cooktop more cooktop the champion level of 2,000 per year, with the goal of and in creating some healthy competition, as well as earn points on the Cleaner Contra Costa Challenge platform. We are currently in the 6th and final week of the La Miranda Zero Waste Challenge, which ends this Sunday, May 14th. And from the emails I've seen from Laura Worley from Sustainable Contra Costa coordinating this effort, it looks like Lafayette has had 125 new registrants, and we were alternating back and forth with Moraga for most points earned each week. We're excited to find out which city will be announced the winner next week. I'd like to also add, in gearing up for the La Miranda Zero Waste Challenge on March 28th of this year, Laura Worley and City Council Member Kwok presented a Countdown to Zero event discussing how and why we should aim for zero waste and zero emissions homes. This event was a success, and for those who want to watch it, it was also recorded and available on YouTube. Every annual update, we ask Recycle Smart is. The ETF is continuing to study ways we can reduce our city's waste to meet the state's original goal of waste diversion of 75% by 2020. We're already in 2023. From pictures and informal reports from Republic Services regarding the use of the Big Belly receptacles downtown, it appears that recycling has improved from when the downtown used to just have those wide open receptacles without any signage. So at least that's a plus. We have had discussions about the public use of the current charge point level 2 public chargers in downtown and evaluating the two that have been provided, the other near the Veterans Memorial near Risa Road and Mount Diablo. We were told they were getting about 200 charging sessions per month with about 30 to 50 sessions per week. Fundamentally, they were largely being underutilized, as that was the message that we heard. Concerns were that it just takes too long to get a full charge and owners can't sit and wait for 5 hours to charge their car. So the ETF is exploring ways to improve public EV charging, as mentioned before. As an ETF, we understand that electrifying everything and powering our lives with clean electricity is an essential way our community can respond to the climate crisis. We believe that substituting natural gas appliances with highly efficient electric alternatives, for example, heat pump water heaters, mini split heat pumps, and induction cooktops, effectively reduces greenhouse gas emissions, improves health and safety, and lowers energy costs for residents. Therefore, last year, our subcommittee drafted language to propose a building electrification reach code for residents and businesses in Lafayette, requiring new construction to be all electric. Our language also included the requirement to switch to electric appliances in renovation projects where new gas lines are moved and or need to be installed. However, and a big however, we are finding that the ban on natural gas first implemented by the city of Berkeley is now being challenged by the Federal Court of Appeals. And Mala, our city attorney, has more information on this.
Thank you, Nancy. Just recently, the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals overturned Berkeley's ordinance, which prohibited gas infrastructure in new buildings, and many other cities adopted similar ordinances, as well as ordinances that ETF is recommending. So at this point, on clarity in the law that allows us to do so, we are not recommending moving forward with the building electrification ordinance, which is unfortunate.
California is already moving in this direction away from fossil fuel appliances and cleaning their electric grid. So in the meantime, we will continue our outreach to educate the public on its benefits and how to make this transition. Present to the council a resolution to commit the city staff to transitioning away from gas to all electric leaf blowers in hopes of having the city set an example for the rest of Lafayette. Since our fairly positive meeting with Piedmont and since the community outpour on this topic, we have decided instead to pursue an ordinance, which, if passed, effectively restricts the use of gas leaf blowers by residents and businesses citywide. We're still waiting to have the final draft completed before sending this to City Council, but we hope that we can get this to you by July, with the date of implementation starting January 2024. As earlier mentioned, our ETF completed a restaurant survey last summer, and in studying neighboring cities' issues and concerns about their foodware ordinances, particularly with the idea of what is actually considered compostable, these were the 4 components we decided to keep in from our original ordinance language. First one being that pre-checkout bags, produce bags, must be compostable or made of recyclable paper. Second one being that we adopt AB 1276 by reference, meaning that food accessories must be upon the customer's request. Additionally, requiring single-use straws and utensils be fiber-based compostable. And third, Dine-in establishments must provide reusable cutlery for dine-in customers. And fourth and lastly, vendors selling beverages must charge a 25-cent disposable cup fee. This is to incentivize customers to bring their own reusable cup, or even help push businesses to provide reusable cups for their own on at reducing plastic waste while also helping businesses save money. As you might notice, the biggest piece of the foodware ordinance, we decided compostable foodware for takeout. We learned that Republic Services does not accept any lined compostable foodware, even those paper cups that are on your table right now. Even if a paper cup is labeled as 100% compostable by BPI, this item is not considered made sense to require restaurants to pay as neither recyclable nor compostable. Studies by that reusable foodware is a better investment overall. Reusable foodware saves money, reduces waste, and improves customer dining experiences. Reusable takeout foodware is still in its infant stages of development. And it's mostly because managing logistics and funding, it's just a huge challenge. So in the meantime, we do advise and encourage customers to bring their own containers, bring their own cups to food vendors. And we want to encourage and make businesses feel safe by educating them on the Contra Costa Health Services stand that this is safe to do. We plan to later this year award green awards, find recipients for green awards. And perhaps some of our more active participants in the La Miranda Zero Waste Challenge will bring to light some great candidates. And speaking of which, we have been promoting the La Miranda Sustainability Challenge, which lasts until December 2023 this year. With our partnership with Sustainable Contra Costa, we hope that we can also reach the schools and city groups to promote ways households can earn points and help Lafayette win. If you still haven't already registered, you can sign up at cleanercontracosta.org. We have so far registered 125 new households, as mentioned, and we hope to see 500 new households total on the Cleaner Contra Costa platform before the end of the year. So let's go Lafayette. And now I'm going to have Brenna help me cover the other future priorities that the ETF has. Take it away, Brenna.
So we've been really busy, but there's so much to do in this area. We'd really make it easier for people to install their own gray water systems at home. We want to explore and identify opportunities to improve access to public EV charging. I think Nancy talked a little bit about that earlier, so making that faster and more convenient. We want to update the city's environmental action plan. That was last edited in 2017. So it's time. We just need to but it is something that is on our agenda. We want to conduct another greenhouse gas emissions inventory. The last time that was done was 2015. That's something that we need to do, but it's also something that we need funding for. And so we really would like for our council to think about providing a budget so that we can do some of these projects, because ideally doing these projects will save the city money in the future. So Nancy had mentioned that she went to a webinar last week, and Walnut Creek was stating that they had spent over $200,000 on different systems that are
Wow, thank you. You certainly have been busy. So appreciate that, the presentation. But are there questions from council members? Councilmember Kwok, did you want to?
I was going to just say the same thing. It's just been the pandemic did not slow you down at all. And there's been so many wonderful projects you've worked on. So thank you for your energy and enthusiasm and pushing things, very meaningful projects for.
Electric leaf blower.
For all of us, but they, I think, are the really good liaisons to work with the group that is now on the task force. And it was great to see everyone at the Earth Day celebration and had your convection cooking there, and seeing the Project Earth kids as well, or young adults as well. So thank you for all you're doing. And we did hear the budget ask.
Yes, thank you. So thanks again. We'll wrap this up, but I do appreciate, over and above showing up at Earth Day, obviously, and the time there and everything you're doing with meeting time. And it was, so you and the commission were very appreciative, and our council liaisons as well. Yes. Is there any public comment? Thank you.
If anyone wants to speak on this item, please fill out a yellow speaker slip form, and the council will invite you to speak. And on Zoom,
Please use the raise hand feature or *9 if you're on phone.
there are no speakers here,
Thank you.
nor on Zoom.
Thank you again. We look forward to this continued momentum. So
Thank you.
City Manager. City Manager Srivatsan.
Having some connectivity issues this evening. The Zoom meeting freezes, the video is dropping, and the same with the YouTube channel. It appears that we may not have enough bandwidth, and found the same issue with the audio dropping. Just for your information, we are still tracking it, but that's what's going on. There are people on the web
That, as unfortunate as that is, we will be continuing our meeting with comment tonight. So please keep that in mind. Okay, let's see. Now I can welcome Mike Moran with your presentation.
I have sort of a three-stemmed staff report, if you will. And the first portion of that is our Capital Projects Assessment Committee update and sort of joint meeting with you this evening. So I'd welcome my committee members to come up to the chairs here. And So CPAC is an advisory committee. They don't meet regularly, but we usually meet a couple times a year. And we did in fact meet 2 times this year to talk about proposed projects. There were a couple of themes this year, in addition to just looking at specific projects, a number to the council of $2.65 million using our same pricing tool today. We are learning that we need to spend $3.75 million to maintain our pavement condition index at 75, which is the good rating we have at this time. So that's a significant increase in cost. Comes down to what our actual even spending about going forward in our pavement condition, or we can look for more revenue to put at the paving project that company and Measure J, which will disappear at some time in the future. And we have not been able to pass other bond measures or tax measures. So the second thing is, just given the amount of projects that we'll present tonight, we are still looking for a senior engineering position. We've tried to recruit. We have not been able to fill that position. So that's a theme. If we don't get that position, we could supplement with consultants, but consultants are more expensive, and we probably would have to reduce some of the scope, like take some streets or a portion of the project away. And this is for 2024 that we're talking about. So without further ado, I'd like to introduce the Capital Projects Assessment Committee. Mike Lohman could not be with us this evening. He joined the committee in 2019. Bob McLean is here on the 8, and Gary and they were at the time. And as I've just reported to that bond that Lafayette hiring for him, particularly as he's literally pushing 30 years of volunteerism with CPAC this evening. So with that, I'll turn it over to the Capital Projects Assessment Committee.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of council. Again, Gary Heising, chair of CPAC, and with me I have Ann, she's the vice chair, Lee, and Bob. So we only meet a couple times a year, a few times a year, so we don't have an in-depth presentation like the last one you heard. But just a couple things I'd like to emphasize based on what Mike just said. Just, you know, the proposed dollar amount to keep our pavement index at 75. But if we want to keep our if it's unsuccessful finding a good candidate to fill that role, the fallback position for Public Works will be to consult out those projects. Consulting out costs more than in-house staff, so it may take looking and rescoping the number of streets and locations that could be accomplished this next season. So just something to keep in mind if a good candidate is found. With that, I'll open it up to my fellow commissioners for any comments.
There's an upside in that there's been a lot of grants for special projects for circulation, green infrastructure, and that type of thing. Matching funds from the city, which takes away from, I think the bottom line is we have great roads compared to our neighbors. If you go to Concord, not to mention or take anyone's name in vain, but I think we have really good roads now. We'd hate to see that change.
Yes, I just wanted to thank the council for supporting the streets are in really bad condition. And been
Thank you. Does council have any comments? Okay, I do want to say I thank you. We are so lucky to have you and the experience you bring to this commission. And Lee, thank you especially. I know if Mayor Dury were here, he'd have more to say. This, that back when was near and dear to his heart to get that funding and really, get this really kicked off and get to where we've been and where we are now. And obviously that's so important. Safety to safety, the conditions of our roads. So really appreciate your.
Oh, no, that's perfectly fine. I'm gonna just kind of want to walk through the staff report with just some of the projects that we have been working on. I mentioned this. One more zoom out, and that should do it. Okay, just to show some of the pictures. This is kind of our annual update for engineering to show, hey, these this is what's coming, and ultimately we're looking paving and surface seal project that we propose. So, but we did complete a surface seal project this last year. This is just a picture of one of the streets, happens to be Moraga Road. That was a joint project with the town of Moraga and the Contra Costa County. So we did team to try and get a scale of economy type of project together. We've done that a few times successfully, and appreciate our neighbors being able to participate on that. And I'll even just say appreciate even our city attorney for allowing such a contracting mechanism to work, because we have other cities that have not been able to make a joint project work. But La Miranda seems to do it, and we don't have really big issues with it. We share duties and streets and costs, and it seems pretty straightforward to our attorney gets it. So thanks for that. We did also, you may recognize this as our new rain garden. We had a nice cutting ceremony on this just this last month from start to finish through construction. I think it came out really beautiful. We were there when it was raining last week, and it's functioning well as also, and that's really nice. It does have a use. So got that completed, and that had been on the books for a while. That was one of those projects that just kind of got deferred because we didn't have anybody to take it on, as well as this one, which is if you were to go upstairs into our main library, the children's deck in the Learning Center here, finally getting an enclosure on that deck so we can utilize that deck way more than it used to be used. It is almost looking finished now. This has been a very long project. If you recall, we had to rebid it because we had to throw out all bids, had a very long lead time on the materials, still having issues with little detail pieces here and there. But Anna Bernardis with our staff has been working extremely hard on this. Anyway, it is getting close to complete. So happy to say that. Another one that is more complete than you might expect is our traffic signal, which was another project that had kind of been pushed for year after year down at Mount Diablo Corp soil in it now. So that's finally underway as well. And not sure when we're going to be able to energize that. So you may see the signal poles erected, but not energized until we can get PG&E to come out and work with us. So they're backed up is what they're telling us, even though we don't think it'd take a significant amount of time. When we get to that point, we'll do everything we can to get it energized as soon as possible. Just wanted to also throw out, because this is an ongoing project, we've done, maybe about half of it is the safety improvements near schools. The council really put an emphasis on this and even authorized some one-time funding from the Palos Colorado's development. So this is just an example of that. And of course, a very big example up at School Street, right in front of the middle school at Paradise Court, where we made a better ADA crossing, higher visibility, and flat speed humps, other signage, other pruning, other red curbs, and we have more to come. There'll be another resurgence in that in about 3 weeks when school gets out, because one of our next projects is in front of Happy Valley School, and it just wasn't quite worth it as we got this close to the end. So those are kind of our ongoing projects. We also have a BART project, as you know, that's been deferred. That is in BART's lap right now. We're waiting on them to complete and approve their own design, not the site work, but their bike lockers and bike building. This has been ongoing for years, and we've done our pushes at different times. I don't see that happening before 2024. And that's also kind of one of those projects where – . . . . . we hope we can staff it when it gets here. So ongoing, we have a paving project that is out for bid. We open that Wednesday. I think we opened that. It did include St. Mary's Road, Glenside, and Olympic. Those are some of our major collectors. Which gave us so much water, but it also gave us a little bit of grief on the public works side over this last winter. So we have a couple sections that need immediate repair, one on Orchard, another one at Moraga Boulevard, Victoria, at the creek outfall and the easement through that from Moraga Road or Moraga Boulevard to the creek. So we want to finish those. We're looking at a couple other sections. One other we were looking at was at Old Jonas Road. As we look more into that, it seems like that's really a private system and the city really should not be responsible for the Old Jonas repair. But we haven't confirmed that yet. I do have it listed as one of the potential storm drain locations, but it may not be our project, or that we may just have a small piece of it that would work with a private project if they need to do that. And then another section that's a storm drain pipe crossing under Mount Diablo Boulevard at Paulson, which is out at the club, the fitness center, Lafayette, down at the west end of town. That's going to take some more evaluation. We know water's running through the pipe because we were able to dredge out the downfall side of that and watch water flow through it during the storms. But there has been some settlement on Mount Diablo Boulevard, so we need to evaluate that pipe. I don't think we'll be ready to do anything there this summer other than look at what we need to do. So, but at least 2 sections of storm drain pipe we want to do this summer and an addition of the surface sill project. So after all that, that kind of leads us to, actually, we do have one other project, which I believe opens Thursday, and that's the Pathways project. And that included a section of Pathways on Pleasant Hill Road. We have also added a section on Quant and a section on Reilly's Valley Road, 2 existing sections of Pathway that are failing literally and were hazardous. The section on Reilly's Valley Road will require retaining walls to support it. So there was a structural concern there. And the section on Quant, and this is just like the continuation of Spring Hill Road, if you were to walk across Pleasant Hill Road headed east, was in very poor condition and was likely put in piecemeal by property owners or developers as those homes were built or at a later date. But we would propose doing a formalized pathway with ADA compliant ramps at each of the cross streets there. So we plan to do that as well. So we're going to stay busy this summer, and we have been busy for as long as I can remember. And these are our proposed projects and our proposed funding sources. Just right at the top there, I do have the surface seal and pavement RE615. That also includes design and soft costs and inspection and so forth. So that's not how much we would spend on the roads. And the same thing, it would also include perhaps some walkways or some ADA compliant ramps and things. So this probably wouldn't hold our PCI as proposed, but I literally have tapped all the money we have in working with Tracy Robinson, our Administrative Services Director, and Financial Services Director, Jennifer Wakeman. So this is what's available for next year to use. So we're stretching it as far as we can. And again, this is dependent on having an in-house engineer to do both of our paving projects design in-house. So pathway paving on Pleasant Hill Road. This would connect across the street from the section on Pleasant Hill Road that we plan to do this summer. So it'd be a continuation. We have found out that there's a recommended $100,000 TDA grant for this, which we believe would cover about half the cost. This is the section of pathway right in front of Spring Hill School between the East Bay Regional Park District parking lot and Spring Hill School itself. Some parents informally use that as a pickup drop-off. Kids walk around and there's just a dirt path. And as I'm sure the council has heard, this is also an informal parking lot for not only teachers, but drop-offs for children as well. And there have typically been some issues with traffic cutting across that free right turn and some, concerns with vehicle safety at that location, especially a vehicle versus a pedestrian. So when this path is built, I honestly envision that parking just going away. I don't think it's going to be available there. I think this is a better use there. We know there's been a safety concern there. So that's what that second project is. Smart Signals project is another project that this is really put forward by our CCTA, and I know our own council's Councilmember Geringer pushed for this, for us to be included on some grant funding. CCTA did get a county-wide grant for some smart signals, which would be updating our signal cabinet hardware and our detection. We'd have less induction loops and more video detection. And ultimately, we want connectivity and to be able to have a more intelligent program that can change its pattern and its timing sequences on the fly as in real time. So that's the goal. These two projects will get us there quickly. So we're part of this countywide, and that's the $1.13 million OBAG 3. But we also were informed that we were going to receive a Lafayette, Moraga, and Orinda jointly about a $4 million grant, of which the $2.24 million would come to Lafayette, us being the largest of the three jurisdictions and having more signals that would be included in that project. So this does require matching fees, and we can use LFFA funding. So the development impact fees that we've had over the years are applicable to these projects. So that's what's proposed here for our matching fees. That's the Signals project, Community Center Playground. I know that Jonathan Kayanagi has been going back and forth with Parks, Trails, and Rec and our finance manager to try and fund this, because we have open bids for that project and it came in at 1.3 million. You see 1.182. And I believe even that number was anticipating some funds coming in very near. My last understanding is that we're finding a way to make it happen. So it's still on the spreadsheet, if you will, but just know that I believe it involves borrowing some future funds that we know are going to come to Parks, Trails, and Rec's way. The Buckeye patio design is the uneven patio up there at Buckeye Fields. We have some expansive soils out there, and this is just a design. Also, Parks, Trails, and Rec, this would not require mine to remediate that problem that we're having out there. One more is our bridge maintenance. Every 2 to 4 years, recommend maintenance, whether it's like resurfacing the deck or scouring at the abutments or things like that. So we have some of that, and Lafayette has about 5 bridges that are requiring some project to update them and keep them structurally sound. $200,000 is not cheap. That is literally just designed for those projects. A huge part of why it's very expensive is because every one of our bridges crosses a creek, and there's environmental compliance with every location that we're doing anything under the bridge, through Fish and Wildlife, through Army Corps of Engineers, and through the Water Board. So about 40% of that cost is the environmental side of the design for that project and the permitting that will be required to put a project out to bid for a bridge project. So that's what that's for. That wouldn't be a project this next year, just the design that hopefully would go out the following year. Pathway design and construction, School Street Topper, St. Mary's. Staff does plan to have several public meetings on this. This is a 2 to 3 year project. This is the first time it's come to the council as a proposed project. You're aware that we've received also OBAG 3 and earmarked money, federal earmarked money. So 2 federal sources of funding. This also requires matching fees. We're also putting LFFA because that's the only funding source we have available to do the matching fees. And this is the following year for 24-25. I think I have a footnote there to that effect. So what you're seeing is more than enough project started, and most of the fees to do construction and design, but there'll be a lag in partial matching funds. And then you've got staff design, management, overhead, inspection, so forth down there at the bottom. So those are the proposed projects that, in addition to our proposed changes for this year, 2023, is really what we're asking for buy-in on, and just a little more specifics. That first paving project, these are the streets that would be included this next year. These are more major arterials. Taylor Boulevard coming into Pleasant Hill Road, from the Pleasant Hill, Walnut Creek / Martinez side of things, headed southbound. Mount Diablo Boulevard. We've got Paulson to El Nido Ranch Road. That is the west end of town out there. I do want to say, because I mentioned the Paulson crossing, we would also do some patch paving there, probably even before this project, because there is some settlement there. So people have said, but you're not including your worst section of Mount Diablo Boulevard down at the west end. It's right there at Paulson. That would be handled as a maintenance project this year, at least with some leveling. And then if we need to do or are able to do something and modify the limits of this next year, we would do that as well. But also Mount Diablo Boulevard, Village Center to Lafayette Circle. So more coming into downtown as you're driving eastbound from the west end. And then pavement maintenance or surface seals, Pleasant Hill Road, Quant, Relay Station. Again, these are more major collectors and arterials. So this next year's project is not really about residential streets. It's about some. That is about it. And with the modification. Thank you.
While Mike is looking for this, we're going to turn off the video because then people who are listening from home, we're going to see if they can listen better. Right now, the audio is pretty bad. So that's why you don't see anything right.
My CPAC coming to the rescue again. Our residential streets, it would get us a little piece of that St. Mary's paving. It would offset that. We're about to start this design in-house and get this out for this summer's work. In addition to the storm drain projects listed just above this. And really what we're looking for, recommendations, adopt the proposed 23-24 capital projects using the funding sources, and also authorize staff to file a notice of exemption for the capital improvement projects and the added storm drain and surface hill projects to be completed this year. That would be the 2023, along with the proposed 2024. So that's the recommendation for this. The third part of my set, if you will be adopting a resolution that authorizes our 2024 pavement project to be our dedicated SB1 funded, gas tax funded project, which the California Transportation Commission requires we do each year under a separate resolution.
Thank you. Any questions from council members on the report? No, I have a quick question, Mike, regarding the bridges report. It looks like that's taken care of or hope to be with the funding you put forward from the gas tax. Is that a going forward? Like how many years would that span in terms of like a report? That's just a report based off of the Caltrans and you're going to put a project together?
No, I anticipate a design that is biddable to do the actual maintenance projects after 1 year. So I would anticipate 1 year from now, I would have that on my 24 or 25 project list of bridge projects. And that's, you know, it's been somewhat deferred maintenance. These haven't been major things. There's been no indication, you know, you have structural issues. It's just that we don't want to have them in the near future either. So those will be, you know, preventative maintenance projects for our bridges.
Thank you. And we have some co-located utility infrastructure under some of those bridges. Like, would that factor in as well to that reporting or
it may at one location, and I'm thinking of our Old Tunnel Road bridge where we have I know East Bay Mud was looking at a water main and hanging that, or maybe bridging across separately themselves. So it's possible. We have done bridge projects, and PG&E has done bridge projects under our bridge, including out at St. Mary's Road near the community park ball fields just a few years ago. So it does happen.
Okay. And that would be kind of taken into account with the agencies. And
that's correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Back to the BART project, the very long incoming BART project. So that funding with BART, I'm trying to be diplomatic, but not with BART basically sort of dragging their feet on this. Is there a deadline for when we have to spend those funds? And so I know that we have asked CCI under there. Are we at that point? So the basic question is,
so I don't think we're in fear of losing funding, either fortunately or unfortunately. This went from a Measure J funded project that was through CCTA to federal funding through BART, because as soon as COVID hit and prices changed, CCTA kind of said, put a halt on several projects and said, are there alternate funding sources? Because we're concerned that with all the projects we have out there, we're not going to complete them within the funding we have. So they looked for alternate sources, and this was one of the projects where they came up with it. So that kind of restarted the grant, if you will. And I think we still have maybe 2 or 3 more years.
And so, well, at any point where there needs to be other pressure from CEOs, electeds, I know you'll let us know.
Any other questions or comments from council? Are there public comments?
Thank you. I just want to say thank you to Public Works and Engineering for the immense amount of work that they've been doing on all of these projects this year. They're very, very busy and very appreciated. I did want to ask, however, about the safety improvements around schools. Mike mentioned going to the Happy Valley location to complete some work there, but I wanted to ask about Spring Hill Elementary raised crosswalk at the corner from the pedestrian island to the corner, and also the Acalanes High School raised crosswalk and the ETA for that, or very approximate.
Yeah, happy to answer that. Both of those have been 95% designed. Ideally, we would build both of those together as one project, and pretty confident we're gonna have to close Stanley Boulevard for a couple of days. So there's a reroute through a neighborhood to get in and out for that. And then we think we can Hill Road and make it very difficult when school's in session.
Thank you, Silas. Thank you, Mike. Any other public comments?
Vice Mayor Dawson, we do have one public comment on Zoom, and anyone else who wants to make a public comment on Zoom, please use the raise hand feature or *9 if you're on.
On top here.
Hi, can you hear me?
Jenny Reich, you can speak now. You are unmuted.
Great. Okay. If you can hear me, I just wanted to say that really appreciate the sidewalks that were just mentioned, the crosswalks by Akalani's and Spring Hill. And also I noticed in this report that it talked about how unpopular the center median bike lane is. And I know that's an item for later in the agenda. But I just wanted to emphasize that there are definitely people who really strongly support it. And there are 3 members of my household here on Stanley Boulevard who really strongly support that project. So I do appreciate that it's in the design phase. I know you'll get to it later. Thanks.
We went over those with staff in detail, and we went through every single project and all the streets that are being paid. So I just wanted council to know that and the public to know that we went through every single project. And also a special shout out to staff. Just in my day job, I work in transportation, and I know grants that were successful. Thank you.
Infrastructure is
program and allocate funding per staff's proposed funding sources. And can I include the second one to authorize the staff to file a notice of exemption for the 2023-2024 capital program projects and for the added storm drain project and surface seal project to be completed this calendar year?
And I'll second.
Thank you. Thank you for reading that. We'll take a vote. Councilmember Kwok.
Aye.
Councilmember Kendall.
Aye.
Councilmember Geringer.
Aye.
And I am an aye. That motion and included as read is passed. Thank you.
That was part two, and thank you. But I do have one more bill and repaving project and adopt resolution number 2023-27, which authorizes that as our SB1 project.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
And I am an aye. That is unanimously passed as well. Thank you, Mike. Thank you. It is 8:30 and council has been in session since 6 p.m. I'd like to call a quick break. Shall we reconvene? How many?
Yeah, 5 minutes.
5 minutes, 8:35. Thank you. I'll double check it. Testing.
Testing.
All right, it is 8:40 and we will commence with our council meeting. And we are on agenda item number 10, the consent calendar. Does council approve the consent calendar? Is there anything anyone wants to pull? No? Okay. Do any members of the public want to pull anything on the consent calendar? Okay, I just actually want to take a moment to remind people that we are having technical difficulties tonight, particularly with our remote access. So another reminder as well that is provided as a courtesy. So if you are having problems getting in touch with us, or we call on you and we can't hear on you, please send in your comments and consent calendar. Item number 11, old business. There is no old business. And we are on item number 12, the staff report from Matt Lettrup, our engineering services manager. Welcome, Matt.
I'll plug my laptop in just in case we want to look at pictures. Okay. One of these little holes that has to work. There we go. All righty. So I'm here tonight for the Pleasant Hill Road Center Median Pathway project design. There's a whole lot of information, so forgive me. I'm probably just going to read most of this because I don't want to miss bits and pieces of it. Yeah. Is that better? Okay. So the Pleasant Hill Road Center Median Pathway project was brought to the city by community member Eric Law nearly 5 years ago. On August 19th, 2020, Mr. Law made a presentation to the Transportation and Circulation Commission where he described the concept of the pathway and received support in principle for the project. The project would eliminate a gap in the low-stress active transportation network in Lafayette, allowing pedestrians and cyclists the ability to avoid conflict points on the Highway 24 on and off ramps with Pleasant Hill Road. It would provide a direct connection to the Class 1 pathway along Pleasant Hill Road south of Mount Diablo Boulevard, which connects to the Lafayette Moraga Trail. Subsequent to this meeting, Assembly Member Bauer Cahan reached out to the city and indicated her support for the project via funding allocated towards the project's design. Acceptance of these funds was affirmed by the city's Transportation and Circulation Commission and City Council in 2021. And in response, in early 2022, the city received an earmark grant in the amount of $238,000 to fund the technical study and design work for the project. So the design summary is that it was based on input received as part of various public engagement efforts held to date. So we've had 2 public meetings and 1 Transcirc meeting. Staff prepared concept designs and recommended design alternatives for the project that would result in no loss of any vehicle lanes on Pleasant Hill Road, Deer Hill Road, or Stanley Boulevard. The roadway lane configuration would effectively remain as it is today. No change in vehicular delays unless pedestrians or bicyclists use the facility. Any additional delay to drivers would be the result of additional pedestrian or cyclists calls at the signal to facilitate movement between the pathway and the sidewalk. While staff has completed conceptual designs for the preferred design alternative, additional work is required to complete the detailed design phase per the city's agreement with Assembly Member Bauer-Cahan. So the public engagement that we've had, as I said, we've had multiple public meetings to date. 2 virtual public meetings were conducted, one in July 2022 and one in March 23. At the July meeting, staff presented and discussed the preliminary traffic study and initial concept pathway design. At that point, the initial design alternative included the elimination of the dedicated right turn lane onto Stanley Boulevard from northbound Pleasant Hill Road. Different signal timing scenarios were also considered that would provide access for pedestrians and bicyclists to and from the sidewalk and pathway. Each of these scenarios included different trade-offs, which were identified and articulated. Through an extensive public comment period, concern was expressed regarding the resulting delays for drivers and impacts from the possible removal of the informal student drop-off area on the west side of Pleasant Hill Road at Deer Hill. Based on the feedback received at that public meeting, staff and the consulting team spent time making updates to the project design and the technical study. On March 8th, 2023, staff held the second virtual public meeting for the project, where the revised traffic study and the 2 technically viable pathway configuration options were reviewed and discussed. The 2 options included: 1, construct a 10-foot wide pathway.
Okay, you're right. This is
Boulevard, and stage pedestrian crossings are your normal traffic signal operation. So it's not a scramble phase. So staged is the standard approach. Construct or option 2, which is construct a 10-foot wide pathway with 2-foot wide shoulders, widen Pleasant Hill Road to the west to allow for the preservation of the dedicated right turn lane from northbound Pleasant Hill Road onto Stanley Boulevard, and have staged pedestrian crossings. Option 2 basically leaves the road configuration as it is now. Based on input received from the public, option 2 represents the staff's recommended design alternative. Summary of this alternative is as follows. The dedicated right turn from northbound Pleasant Hill Road to Stanley Boulevard would be preserved. On-street bike facilities other than the center median multi-user pathway would be eliminated. There's a little caveat to that. We could still put sharrows for a shared bike and vehicle lane in both directions, even with this option. On-street parking would be eliminated. Drop-off and pickup area on the west side of Pleasant Hill Road could be preserved. Additional right-of-way, however, would be required. This would likely be contingent on coordination with the developer of the Terraces project, and they have indicated that they are amenable to working with us on that. Utility poles will need to be relocated with an anticipated lead time of about 2 years after the funding has been committed to the construction of the project. Hill Road east side fronted into this design. That was in response to some of the comments we received in the public meetings. The following anticipated traffic operation impacts at Stanley Boulevard and Deer Hill Road compared to existing conditions are due solely to the assumed increase in pedestrian signal activation. If usage is low and the signal activations are the same as the existing condition, there will be no change in delays in any direction of travel. Overall traffic impacts to the intersection are negligible in the AM peak hour, slightly improved in the PM peak hour over existing conditions. And this is for if people are using the facility a lot. Westbound left turning and through traffic, so that's Stanley to Pleasant Hill Road, an additional delay of about 9 seconds in the PM peak hour is anticipated. Then westbound right turning traffic, so that's Stanley to Pleasant Hill Road South, additional delay of 44 seconds in the PM peak hour. And southbound left turning, which is Pleasant Hill Road to Stanley, additional delay of 22 seconds in the PM peak hour. After presenting these options, staff received comments and questions from the public and found the majority of those in attendance did not support the construction of the center median pathway in principle. Some of the comments voiced during the meeting included other design options should be explored, such as constructing a widened sidewalk along the side of the road or creating alternative bike routes via Old Tunnel Road to Camino Diablo. Mixing of bikes and pedestrians in a confined center median pathway does not feel safer, despite the full separation between active transportation users and vehicular traffic, both along the roadway and at the freeway interchange. Added traffic delays will be unacceptable and could result in cut-through traffic in the Acalanes neighborhood. And it is unclear how many people will use this facility, as high school students are more likely to drive as soon as they're able to do so. We then took this to the Transportation and Circulation Commission on April 11th, and staff made a presentation to them, informing them of the results of the 2 public meetings. And staff provided the commission with the following options: complete the design for option 2 that requires the widening of Pleasant Hill Road to the west that would preserve the dedicated right turn from northbound Pleasant Hill Road onto Stanley Boulevard and would reconstruct the drop-off and pickup area on the west side of Pleasant Hill Road near Deer Hill Road. Or 2, discontinue the design work on the project and seek potential reappropriation of the remaining funding. Remaining funds could be used for the reconstruction and widening of the pedestrian pathway on the west side of Pleasant Hill Road from Spring Hill Road to Release Valley Road, which is, Mike talked about that. That's one of the projects that we're opening bids next week on that one. The commission received comments from the public that were very similar to those received in the previous 2 public meetings, with the majority of residents expressing a desire that the project not move forward to complete the design phase. After deliberation, the commission provided the following recommendations for staff to forward to the city council. They recommended that the design work for the center median pathway on Pleasant Hill Road project be terminated, and that the city council ask Assembly Member Barracan to reappropriate the funding to the pedestrian pathway project that will reconstruct and widen the pathway on Pleasant Hill Road between Spring Hill Road and Release Valley Road. And they also recommend Pleasant Hill Road that would look at ways to provide adequate roadway capacity for local and sub-regional travel, while also including both public and active transportation modes and non-modal transportation issues such as equity activation, emergency evacuation routes. Staff understands that this project is controversial and there are trade-offs associated with any change in the configuration of the roadway. However, we believe that the concerns regarding the impacts on vehicular traffic have been largely mitigated, and the project is in conformance with the goals of the City Council's Vision Zero policy. Additionally, given the extreme constraints for expansion of a north-south active transportation route in this part of Lafayette, the approximately 0.4 mile long facility would provide a viable extension of the separated and protected pedestrian and bicycle network along Pleasant Hill Road south of the proposed project. In 2002, by Berkeley Safe Track or Trek that included an examination of the Pleasant Hill Road corridor in the vicinity of the project. The study made mention of the center median cycle track concept and provided the following additional options. Many of these recommendations are under the jurisdiction of Caltrans since they address multimodal safety concerns at the Highway 24 interchange. One was to widen the sidewalk on the east side of Pleasant Hill Road to create a shared use pathway or two-way cycle track adjacent to a sidewalk. The conflict areas at the on and off ramps would remain. However, that plan would provide a connection for pedestrians and bicyclists to Ogollanis Road. The other idea was square up the on and off ramp connections to Pleasant Hill Road and add traffic signals. Or the sidewalk and bike facilities could be run underground past the on and off ramps north of the Highway 24 overpass. During public meetings for the project, an additional idea was suggested, which was widen the sidewalk on both sides of Pleasant Hill Road to match the configuration south of Mount Diablo Boulevard. Detailed studies have not been performed on any of these options to determine if there's sufficient right-of-way available, if Caltrans would be receptive to the changes, or if the changes would create substantial delays to vehicle traffic on Pleasant Hill Road. The option of constructing a path on the east side of Pleasant Hill Road or squaring up the on and off ramps and adding signals still requires pedestrians or bicyclists to cross traffic entering or exiting Highway 24 on and off ramps. Providing a tunnel would be at least an order of magnitude greater in cost than a center median pathway and may still not be allowed even if Lafayette had the funding to build it. At this time, staff does not support an additional study of the corridor, as it is very unlikely to produce additional meaningful alternatives beyond those previously identified. The Terraces project includes the construction of the missing sidewalk section along the west side of Pleasant Hill Road to the intersection with Deer Hill Road, and cyclists that prefer to remain on the road in shared lanes and pedestrians that wish to walk on the sidewalks along the side of the roadway may continue to do so. The construction of this project will provide for a protective alternative multimodal facility for users that are not comfortable with the existing configuration, while also completing another gap in the city's active transportation network. There is some fiscal impacts involved. The city has spent approximately $85,000 on the pathway consulting fees to date. If reallocation of the funds is requested, the city may have to absorb that $85,000. Staff recommends the City Council authorize staff to complete the design of the center median pathway with the preservation of the dedicated right turn lane and drop-off area per our commitment to Assemblymember Bauer Cahan. The preparation of design plans for Pleasant Hill Road Center Median Pathway Project does not mean that the project will move into construction phase, but represents a starting point for the expansion of multimodal facilities to the north of Highway 24 within the Pleasant Hill Road corridor. The proposed design avoids the weaving conflict of vehicles and pedestrians or bicyclists, and because the design would retain the right-hand turn lane on northbound Pleasant Hill Road, vehicle traffic impacts would be minimal unless there was a substantial number of ped bike users. Finally, Lafayette has been advised to have plans shovel-ready to be in the best position possible to compete for future grants, and this would provide us with one project that is shovel-ready. If construction of the terraces development proceeds, there may be additional opportunities for the city to work with the developer to further expand the pedestrian and bicycle network in this area, including east-west along Deer Hill Road, through the terraces property, and separately along the EB Mud Aqueduct right-of-way to downtown Lafayette, including BART. Sorry for the very, very long staff report.
Yeah. No, thank you. It was very inclusive of the information we need, and it was good to reiterate that to the public who is listening. So thank you. On that note, I'd like to open up to questions for council. Do we have questions for Matt? Councilmember Quack? Oh,
I have just one first question, is that whether anybody from Kittleson and Associates will be joining us tonight for the presentation?
No.
Okay.
Thank you, Matt. Great report. Talked about everything, and everybody has worked really hard on this. So I have two questions. I spoke with Eric Law at Earth Day, which was great, and I asked him if we were working with the terraces developer on it, and he said yes, and that's great. But I was remembering that their design is very different than the current design we're looking at today, right? The design for when the terraces is built has an additional slip lane. And so there's 3 lanes on the west side, both before Deer Hill and then after Deer Hill. And so my question is, what are we actually designing? Are we designing what you drew, or are we going to try to design for when the terraces is there? And then are we gonna have to just redesign it if the terraces construction happens? That's my question.
Excellent question. So assuming that the city council says, please go ahead and finish the design, the first thing that I would do is call the terraces developer and sit down with their engineer and have our consultant team meet with them too, to make sure that we don't create an inadvertent conflict. Right now, if they built their project first, they would need to add roughly 8 feet of extra width to their current design to account for the room that I need in shifting that center median towards the west. It's about 8 feet.
So the center median's only 8 feet.
No, the center median's 14 feet,
right?
But I only need 8 more feet from them.
But that didn't include a whole nother lane.
Right, but that they would need to do that extra width. So
right,
all told, they need, let's see, I estimated it that they need about 30 feet to do their improvements. I need another 8. So they would need to do 38 feet total. So that's why we would need to get with them to make sure that we don't build something that then has to be unbuilt. Does that make sense?
Okay, so this is just a design, right?
Right.
I'm actually, what are we going to actually design? And so my question is here today, I'm looking at a design that's not going to be the design. Is that what I'm hearing?
The design for the center median will be the design for the center median.
Okay.
The nuance is on the terraces side of the road. Let's say the terraces decide that they're going to wait a really long time to build their project, and we get to build ours first. We would have to deal with moving the utility poles, widening the road. We could do all but the drop off zone that we'd want to include. We could do that all within our public right of way that we currently have. They would then come in after us, and they would have to remove all that curb and gutter that we modified on that side of the road and push it even further into their property. It wouldn't change the center median design at all.
Okay.
So it would only change their side. That's why my hope is that we can work with them to figure out how to phase this, have a conversation with them about when do they actually plan on starting, so that neither one of us builds something that then gets removed. but it wouldn't effectively change our design materially.
So what happens if they say all of a sudden that the amount that we're adding, actually, I'm not so concerned actually at that Deer Hill intersection. It's where the hill, right? And so that's the part where they may say, oh gosh, wow, that's now a real problem for us. Like, how do we work through that in this design?
Well, this might be good where hopefully I can share my screen. Well, that's part of it.
My screen.
That's what I was thinking of trying to do. Let's see if it'll work. Wonder which way it thinks I'm supposed to drag it. Okay, that's not working so great. Huh, okay, well, so much for that idea. But essentially the center median pathway makes a little jog at the end of the northbound Pleasant Hill Road turn pocket.
Got it.
Somebody's going to come help me. So since it jogs to the east, it pulls away from where that big hill is.
Okay. All right.
So there we go. Now we can see it. So you can see it's pulling away from the hill, and this is the existing retaining wall. As part of the terraces project, they're going to be pushing that retaining wall much further onto their property.
Correct. Okay, got it. Okay, thank you. All right, that's the first one. Second question, please. Yes.
I just want to ask a follow-up while we're still talking about that corner and the slip lane. So did I understand, is the Deer Hill, I'm sorry, is the Terraces project going to do the slip lane on Pleasant Hill Road or on Deer Hill Road? What, is there anything going on the Deer Hill Road side?
There is some stuff going on the Deer Hill side.
I sent you a picture. Do you want to show that?
Yeah, we can see if that, I don't know if that picture shows it. Yeah, it kind of shows it.
Right.
So this would be Deer Hill here. So
it's got a dedicated turn there. It's only one lane there now. It's going to be two.
Yeah, it's so yeah, going
up the
westbound, there'll be a second lane.
Going westbound, okay.
So yeah, and the slip lane, which starts on the north side of the Deer Hill Stanley intersection, continues to the south through the intersection.
So the kids would be dropped off in the upper left-hand corner slip lane, that where those cars are.
They could be dropped off here, which would be the formal drop-off and pickup area. And our project just creates the center median multi-use pathway here. So it would take all of the improvements on this side and push them about 8 feet further onto the terraces project.
So just to clarify, this is a picture of the terraces project.
This
is not the Kittleson picture, but this is the terraces picture that does not yet contemplate.
Susan was kind enough to dig this out of the archives for us.
But your project would shift eight feet, that slip lane over by
Roughly,
8 feet.
that's this one. Gives you a see if I can zoom in on it. Nope, it's the wrong one. Anyway, yes, it shifts an additional 8 feet. Trying to pull up 3 things at the same time. There we go. There we go. So you can see, well, I don't know if you can see it. There's a very, very faint line that runs right here. And that is the existing edge of the road. And these circles are the existing telephone poles to give you kind of a frame of reference as to how much we are shifting the road over. as part of this project. Then when you add the terraces project, it shifts a whole bunch more because you're adding the drop off and pickup area. You're adding a nice wide sidewalk. You're adding a dedicated bike lane. You're adding a slip lane. So you're adding a whole bunch of other stuff to that side, which pushes it even further. I hope
But then but then it basically gets routed.
kind of all sucks back in before you get to the hill,
Right.
or somewhat.
Somewhat.
They're still going to have, as part of putting that slip lane in, they're going to have to build a very significant retaining wall there to accommodate that slip lane and the new sidewalk.
Right. Okay. Welcome. My second question is, this one I'm struggling with. How do you rate how this helps us with Vision Zero? And the question is I understand the people that are going to be, using the bike lane in the middle are definitely going to have increased safety without a doubt. But then you look at some of the unintended consequences of this, which is the less safe for the core bikers, like the real bikers that go through there. That will be less safe for them. It's all shared. Whereas now they have significant portions of the roadway which isn't shared, even though it's not a permanent thing. They're away from the traffic, even though they're crossing, because they're not going to use the median, from what I've been reading. And some people brought up how the sidewalk on that west side is now going to be right next to really fast traffic. And so I want some help on how, right? That's a comment. No, the people on the west side with this configuration, the fast traffic is going to be right up next to the sidewalk, right? That's what yeah,
it'll be closer.
It'll be much closer, right?
Especially at this end. As you move towards the south, you do get some separation because we have a little bit more real estate, but you have to go quite a bit further to the south before that happens.
Right. And right now they do enjoy some more space between the cars and the sidewalk. And so it's kind of a thing. It's like, how do we process that? Right. It's like you get better for some and then worse for others. Like in Vision Zero, how does that, you say that we get better Vision Zero. It's like, I guess it depends on who you're looking at. Right.
Okay. So let me answer those. So the core bikers are not prevented from using the center median.
Right.
So if they choose to ride in the vehicle lanes, they're more than welcome to do so. So that's a self-selection that they've decided. So I don't think it's made it more dangerous for them. If they are electing to take a more dangerous approach, that is a conscious decision on their part. As far as vehicles being closer to the sidewalk, you are correct. The vehicles will be closer to the sidewalk. But again, individuals do not have to use that sidewalk if they feel that isn't the safest approach. They can certainly use the sidewalk in the center median. So the important thing, I think, here with Vision Zero is this provides a protected route for the individuals who find the current configuration not safe enough. So the idea is that this is providing that portion of the population an opportunity to have a protected facility.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions?
Sort of back to the terraces and on this side, and I'm still, right now, there is no sidewalk on the west side. Maybe I just heard the question wrong.
On the west side, there is no sidewalk at the moment.
On the east side by the gas station? Yeah, that's okay. That's okay. I was out there, walking, and I'm looking at the dirt right there. So totally fine. I will mix up something in a moment, I guarantee. But so sort of back to the terraces piece, as part of the design, and thank you, Councilmember Candell, for pulling that out. The telephone poles right there were plan to come out. They would have a bump out for dedicated pickup and drop off. And then also that would be where the bus pickup would be, do we think?
Is that their bus pickup? Because I know
Their
that,
bus is on the
okay,
premises, on site, the shuttle, but County Connection, isn't there somewhere in there where there's a bus route in there? Maybe not.
no, it does.
Okay.
It doesn't. Whoops, sorry.
Okay.
It doesn't pick up and drop off there.
Okay.
I think the pickup
I
and
think in
drop
front
off
of the
is
school
on
on
school
Stanley.
site somewhere.
Yeah. Okay. So this would be part of the discussion that if we tonight say, okay, let's move forward with the design, back also to follow up on Councilmember Candel's question, like one of the first steps would be to meet with, as part of that, and a little bit later after we hear public comment, I do want to understand kind of what those next steps are. But one of the first steps would be to work with the engineering team with the developer, all those
Correct.
questions and confirming that. Okay. I will have some other questions after.
Okay.
Thanks.
I'll take the opportunity to follow up on your question. In terms of design, can you outline what that process would be if we said, okay, let's proceed beyond meeting with the developer?
Yeah. So after we would meet with the developer to make sure that we're not designing either one of us into a corner, we would have Kittleson proceed with their design work, and we'd check in with them at 65%, 80%, and 100%, our usual milestones, to make sure that everything is still working the way we thought it was going to work. And then once the design is complete, there is some checking that we want them to do with Caltrans. We'd want them to go through the process of getting an encroachment permit, even though we're not ready to build it, because Caltrans sometimes will flag little things that they want to have changed. And now's the time to have them do that, rather than however many years in the future the project gets built. And that would be the end of it. And then we just put it on a shelf.
Okay, thank you for that. And any more questions? Councilmember Kwok?
Yes, I've got a couple questions I was going to ask of either Kittleson if they're here, but I'll ask sort of you as a proxy for being on the staff. And this is based on, the public wrote, there's a wide variety of public comment that we received over the weekend and this morning, as well as in the previous months. And there is a concern that I read repeatedly that, is this median pathway safe? Is it a safe way for bicyclists and pedestrians when you're in the middle of this really fast traffic in both ways? And so is it safe? Is this a safe design in their professional opinion?
Yes. One of the comments that we have received from the public is related to the offset, because as you move through this intersection, there is an offset.
Yep.
So these are preliminary designs. So that is one of the things that we would talk to Kittleson about, is to see if we could improve upon that, because we have listened to what the public has said. One potential thought would be to make that transition look more like that. Well, there we go, like that. So instead of having multiple breaks and as you move through that, only have one on each end to make it more of a straight shot through the intersection. So that certainly could be done. As far as the K rails,
yes,
they're roughly 4 feet tall. They're great at keeping cars, especially that are hitting at an obtuse angle, from going through them or over them. They're not so great if you drive straight into them head on. Then they tend to get knocked over, or if it's a big enough vehicle, it can go through it. Fortunately, in this case, there's limited opportunity for a vehicle to come head on into it that would impact the pedestrians. So it is a safe design. It certainly is safer than crossing the on and off ramps to Highway 24.
Have they designed such a intervehicular before? Is this done in other cities?
I don't believe they've ever designed one of these before. We would be one of the first cities in California to do it. Although I do know San Francisco is implementing a somewhat similar design. Can't remember what the name of the street is, but in San Francisco, and it is not without controversy there either.
And there is one in San Mateo on 3rd Street going over Highway 101 of slightly, 8 feet instead of 10 feet, but it looks almost very similar. So I just wondered, how common this was and whether we can, hand over heart, say this is a safe design. It may be perceived to be, dangerous while you're in it, but because of what you mentioned, that actually it's safe. That'd be a big concern of the public and myself.
Yeah.
Second question then is, are there safer alternatives than this design that were considered, either on the east side or on the west side or above or below ground?
No, because of how this project was created, what spawned the project was a community member moving forward with the project, getting buy-in from Transcirc City Council. Then we got money from Assembly Member Bear Cahan. So this did not follow a normal process. It followed something a little extraordinary. So we didn't consider other options as part of this. I have listened to what all of the community members have said about potential options. All of them have their own pluses and minuses. For example, the building a wide sidewalk like we did on the southern reach of Pleasant Hill Road on the side of the road. That's nice. It is on the side of the road, so it's more standard. Right away is a problem with that one. And also you don't get rid of the conflicts with the on and off ramps. So that's a safety concern. That's the whole reason behind doing it in the center, is to avoid that conflict. One idea was to do a tunnel. Okay, we could do a tunnel, but that's breathtakingly expensive. So we're fairly confined in this area. So there aren't a whole lot of options. And this is the one that is currently moving forward through the process.
Okay, thank you for that. One more question is a concern that the design will make traffic worse. And I know in your opening statement and in the written staff report, you reiterate a number of times that the project as designed keeps all the lanes, including the right turn lane, and everything is the same, except we're adding something in the middle. And except for the times of day that students are there and pushing the button to go across, those may be the times that it would increase the wait time, but in other times that there's no increase in congestion. Is that what I heard you say?
That is correct.
All right. And that's what the Kittleson 289-page report included?
Yes, it is.
And you're satisfied with their findings?
I am.
All right. Thank you.
You bet.
One quick follow-up on Councilmember Quox, the San Mateo project. Yes, there is one there. It was Transfer Commissioner Weatherspoon who found one in Mountain View, I guess in 2015, where a center median was for the shoreline project was considered, just very similar to ours, and the median was considered, but then not chosen. So there is another piece of information out there for us to consider to look at.
Thank you. Any other questions before we go to public comment? Okay, well, save that. Then I'd like to open this up for public comment.
We have a number of speaker slips. The first is Steve Slosek.
Thank you. At least first, I will kick things off. I want to say that I'm Steve Slosek, 1167 Nogales Street. Sorry. I'm a longtime bike commuter who lives on Nogales and rides on a regular basis on my 30-year-old mountain bike between my home on Nogales and Bart. So I've ridden this path hundreds of times and I'm very familiar with it. I've participated in the public hearings that Matt had and the traffic commission or transportation commission. I want to thank Matt. He's done a great job with input. As much as I would like to support this project, I don't. I am concerned that with the potential detrimental impacts to our neighborhood. I know you said there is no impact to the traffic, although I thought I heard some discussion of some added times on Stanley, and maybe I misunderstood in the summary. I know that with the right turn lane that, thank God, was not eliminated, would have had significant impacts to our neighborhood. And I'm concerned that the actual high school drop-off and pickup times aren't being properly evaluated. And I want to make sure that someone's actually witnessed what happens there rather than just measured. I was out there this afternoon. There was 9 cars past the on southbound Pleasant Hill, past the lane there. So I do have concerns, but as someone who rides there, my concerns are really, is this going to be used? And I don't think I would use this center lane. And again, I'm not a diehard bike rider. I'm a commuter, and it's going to make it less convenient. Right now, I have to use one signal to go left, and then that's it. If I was to try to use the median, I have to wait, I believe, for 3 signals to get to the center and then get out of it. And so that's just going to add to my time. I don't think I'd take it. And that's true for people going north and south. They're going to add the number of signals they have to use. Now, I know we say it's a choice to not use it, but that's a real choice. And I think while the vehicular lanes aren't being changed, the bicycle lanes that aren't the median are. And I am a huge fan of what was added recently. Those markings that exist are great. I feel very safe. I feel vehiclers can see me. I'm concerned if you take that away, I am less safe, or I go in the median and now I'm stuck in the median crossing, if it's used. Let's assume it's going to be used. I might have e-bikes, scooters, pedestrians going in both directions in the center. I'm not worried about a car hitting me. I'm worried about maybe getting in an accident in the median, falling over. I just don't think I'd use it. So I'm concerned that I think the intent is great, but I'm concerned that viable alternates aren't being considered. And the funding seems to say you do this and I'm studying nothing else. And so my ask would be to not proceed without at least getting some evaluation of reasonable alternates to compare it to. And that's, thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for the speaker?
I don't have a question, but I want to thank you for spending the time to write a very thoughtful letter to us, which really shared your personal experiences, but it was also gathering data and tried to do some problem solving as well, which I always appreciate, looking for solutions. So appreciate that.
I'd be more than happy to participate if there is additional studies.
Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker, please.
Nancy Hu, followed by Michelle Greer.
Is it on? Can you hear me? Okay. Hi, Nancy Hu, 931 Mountain View Drive, Apartment B. So thank you very much to city staff for preparing the very thorough staff report regarding the Pleasant Hill median pathway. I'm here tonight to express my support for the project. I am not an avid biker, but as a resident living near Trader Joe's in downtown, I like to bike when I can because it's the greener, more sustainable method to travel. And it's frankly healthier and more fun. Some of you might have seen me on my off work days riding our cargo bike with my younger son in tow. Even the short ride to Lafayette Elementary School from Trader Joe's on Mount Diablo Boulevard can be a scary one because sometimes the sidewalk doesn't have enough room to share with the bicycles, and sharing the road with cars through downtown is rather terrifying. So we're not even seeing cars driving at 50 miles per hour like on Pleasant Hill Road. The current bike lanes along Pleasant Hill Road, where bikes share the lanes with cars, and the overlapping on and off ramps with Highway 24, I think are extremely dangerous. And we need a better system in place to protect the bikers and pedestrians in this highly trafficked corridor of our city, as you know. This pathway will, I believe, protect bikers and pedestrians from car traffic. And as mentioned, will minimally impact traffic only if the pathway is being utilized. Following the death of our city's dear crossing guard, Ashley Diaz, I'm glad to see that the city has moved forward with extending a safe bike pathway to Stanley Middle School from the trail and along School Street. This Pleasant Hill median pathway could also connect the Lafayette Moreca Trail to the high school, connecting large portions of the city sustainably. As a 10-year Lafayette resident and mom who cares greatly about sustainability and wants to see Lafayette prioritize its walkability and bikeability, I highly urge you to move this project forward. My kids are in 1st and 3rd grade right now, and I would love to see them one day to be able to have a safe option to bike to high school instead of following the status quo, which is to drive or be driven through crazy traffic day after day to get to school. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Nancy. Any questions? No, thank you. Next speaker, please.
Michelle Greer, followed by Clarissa Stoll. Apologies if I didn't pronounce your name correctly.
No, you nailed it. Good job. Thank you, everybody, for the opportunity to speak about this. My name is Michelle Greer. I live at 1002 Circle Creek Drive in the Acalanes Avenue neighborhood, as it's been coined throughout this discussion of the Pleasant Hill Road bike median. Susan, you brought up a great point, and I want to reiterate that and just tell you a little bit of a story about my journey and how my daughter and I get to school. I'm the chairperson of the Run Club at Spring Hill Elementary, so I appreciate alternate modes of transportation and staying physically fit while doing it. So this is not about all cars all the time and only cars on the road, right? My bike with my family. I also walk to school and scooter with my daughter. And when we leave Acalanes Avenue and have to take that stretch of the sidewalk to the stoplight at Pleasant Hill Road in Stanley, we have a nice buffer of a bike lane to protect us from cars that are driving anywhere from 35 to sometimes 45, 55. I mean, I've seen people speed down Pleasant Hill Road at speeds that are very, very unsafe past the posted speed limit, which I already think is too high. So the addition of this middle of the road bike lane would eliminate that safety barrier that my daughter and I have now as we walk and run and scooter to school, to Spring Hill. She's in 1st grade, and would never feel comfortable if that bike lane and that buffer were eliminated to let her continue, or me to continue to walk her to school on those days where it permits us. I said this at the last meeting with the TNC Commission. So often in government, we say, well, something needs to be done. This project is something, so therefore we will do this project. When this project, as admitted by Matt, was done in such an unprecedented order of events, right? It did not follow the normal path. The community was not brought in to the discussion early enough, and we feel like it was pushed or rammed through without our thoughts or concerns being really evaluated. And now we have no choice. It's either we do this or we do nothing. I think we all agree that Pleasant Hill Road intersection there is a terrible intersection. It's a grade F. It's had multiple accidents recently, and something does need to be done. But this middle of the road bike pedestrian lane is not that something. And I would like to propose that we involve the community at an earlier stage and figure out what the right solution is before any more tax dollars are wasted and we throw good money after bad.
Thank you, Michelle.
You're welcome.
Perfect timing. Any questions? Michelle, Councilmember Quack.
Thank you for your comments. You mentioned that when you head north from Akalani's Road, the road you come out of, and you walk north on the sidewalk there, you enjoy the feeling of having the bike lane buffer a couple feet there of extra space from the cars. If we could make it such that even these changes happening, that the sidewalk is still a safe passage, would you then be in favor of this?
No, because then at that point, we're talking about adding more traffic delays, which are already an issue at this intersection. I've lived in this neighborhood for 10 years. My son is a 7th grader at Stanley, and he went kindergarten all the way through 5th at Spring Hill. My daughter is now in 1st grade. So I will have spent 12 straight years commuting from my neighborhood to Spring Hill Elementary multiple times a day. I know this intersection and I eat, sleep, and breathe it. So do the rest of my neighbors. We've seen it at its worst. And even adding, let's say, a 9-second delay if it's not used, but then we're talking a 40-second delay if it is used. And then we get into the question of, well, if it's not being used, why are we spending all this time, energy, and money on a pathway that's not being used? So in my mind, I still would not be in favor of it for those reasons.
Okay, and if the delays that you mentioned of 44 seconds and 9 seconds were limited to the school getting on and off, so maybe out of a 24-hour day, maybe an hour a day, would that be tolerable, or would you still be against a project?
No, I would still be against the project because I believe the solution is to make the north part of Pleasant Hill Road, north of the freeway, look more like the south part of the freeway with the nice widened sidewalks and allow people to have more continuity. The idea that this small stretch of road, people are going to want to exit and enter from the sidewalk, logistically doesn't make a whole lot of sense. But if we were to have more continuity with widened sidewalks, I think that would make more sense. And then you add all of the ifs, ands, and buts about the terraces project. There's a lot of maybes, there's a lot of mights, there's a lot of what could be, and will they agree? Again, I want the city of Lafayette to be good stewards of our tax dollars, and this just does not seem to be the path forward to accomplish that as well. So no, I would not.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Clarissa Stoll, followed by Rob Lavoie.
Hi, thank you. I think Matt did a really good job of summing up some of the cons of the project. But I think one thing that he didn't address was the demand. So anytime you put together a project, you want to understand who actually is going to be using it. The biggest thing I've heard is there's a thought that the kids from Akalani's will be using it. Have any kids been polled to see who would actually be using it? Have the teachers been asked if they would use it? Has any of the administrative staff asked if they'd use it? We just don't know if there's any demand for this. On the flip side, say the kids from Stanley, kids coming from further down Pleasant Hill, Spring Hill, want to use the path to go to Stanley. That could be a possibility, but when they come back, they get out of school at 2:52. Akalani's on some days gets out at 3:30. So they're going to be exiting that intersection at the exact time where all those students are going to be leaving Akalani's campus. So I think that's a concern with a big population of, we know that younger kids are more unsafe drivers. So that's my first point. And then the other thing is, no, I forgot what I was going to say. The other question I had was with the terraces. So I didn't understand everything, but they were saying that they had to supply that 8 feet. Well, that's a big if. And so if the terraces don't agree down the road to what we want, I mean, we were saying we can have these conversations, but there's nothing set in stone that this would be a possibility. I also think the median feels unsafe because you have e-bikes, different age riders, if little kids going, like I said, from Stanley by themselves, as well as older kids, there's just, and pedestrians, it's just too much congestion in that little area. I mean, I think in most safe situations, bikers and pedestrians are typically segregated, or not segregated, but separated. And The other thing, previously, one of the commenters were talking about idling and how that is a big concern for pollution in the environment. Well, with the addition of traffic, the other thing is I don't know about the studies, how accurate they are in terms of the traffic that this will cause. Well, that will cause more idling, which will continue to contribute to the environmental impact. But overall, I think my main thing is that there's no clear demand for this project. And so with that, I strongly recommend that more studies be done to see who would actually be using this versus throwing a lot of money at something. We've already spent, I think, $85,000, you said. And so I think there's probably a big concern about wasting that money. But if we don't move forward with a good solution, we'll be wasting even more money. So thank you.
Thank you, Clarissa. Questions? No, thank you very much.
Rob Lavoy, followed by Karen Piantedosi.
Hello, everybody.
Rob, you want to turn on your speaker button, I think?
The red one?
Yes, it'll turn green. Okay, thank
Maybe
you.
I need to stand closer. Yeah, sorry. To lean in here. Let's see. So I would like to, well, I'm Robert Lavoy, 872 Moraga Road. My mom lived just up the street for about 4 years, and her last 4 years. And so I rode my bike over there as much as I could to visit her. Usually I had to bribe my junior high kids to ride with me because that's a beastly hill. And so in terms of, how many kids are going to actually want to ride up there, I think it's a very small number. Matt said there's no change in the lanes, but because of a little restriping of the bike lane recently, they've actually eliminated the third lane between Acalanes Road and Stanley Boulevard. It's supposed to be a bike only section for about 200 feet. So basically you take 3 lanes of traffic, compress it into 2, and then it expands back to 3 so that you've got your turn lane. I personally think that should be shared with the bikes, the very few bikes that actually are on that road, and keep the 3 lanes moving so that your 40,000 cars a day are moving smoothly along. Secondly, my main concern with this design, and I've shared this with you, but if you look at the current configuration here, the car lane is lined up with the cement barrier, okay, 15 feet of offset. And Matt's zoom in picture makes it look like it's sort of a nice transition, but you're looking at a 1,600 foot section of road that's perfectly straight. And all of a sudden you've got this little jog. And then in the 90 feet section across Stanley Boulevard, it jogs another 6 feet. So you're driving in the rain, you can't see any stripes. And all of a sudden you've got a hard cement barrier in the middle of your road lane. I think it's a death trap. So that's my big concern about that. Or you got to have a barrier to protect that. And that's right in the middle of the intersection where all the people are, where they're supposed to be safe from this, 0.4 miles of safe road. You're dumping those people out right in this terrible intersection. And they start at the beginning of a bad intersection as well at Mount Diablo and Pleasant Hill Road, which is a 4-lane intersection. I never cross that. When I ride over there, I go on the east side and just cut across the freeway on ramp, which is just 2 lanes. So that's my concern about that. People claim this would eliminate crosswalks, but okay, I mentioned that. The fatalities that were mentioned would not be solved by this problem. You've got 2 busy intersections at the beginning and the end of this safe path.
Thanks, Robert.
So yeah, any questions?
Yeah, any questions?
All right, thank you.
Actually, any clarifications that need to be made? Just want to check. Okay, thank you.
Cara Piantedosi, followed by Eric Law.
My name is Cara Piantedosi, and I live in the Acalanes Avenue neighborhood. And I'm totally against this project. I'm while I am for safety and I'd love to see a safe path for cyclists and pedestrians, I don't think this is the way to go. As it's been stated over and over again, this intersection is terrible. It's rated an F. And even though Matt had stated, and it's stated in the report, or he stated that it's not going to increase traffic times unless pedestrians or cyclists are using those crosswalks. The point of this is for pedestrians and cyclists to use the crosswalk. So inevitably, this is going to increase traffic and increase those times unless they're not using it. And if they're not going to use it, why did we build it? I don't know if that makes sense. So my proposal is to go back and find something else that works. I walk along Pleasant Hill Road on those sidewalks a lot, and I think it would be it would make sense to just widen it, create some sort of barrier so the cars can't hit the pedestrians or the cyclists, and not waste the time and money on building this short median. I guess that's the only thing I had to say. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing that. Any questions? No, thank you.
Eric Law, followed by Max Henninger.
Hey, good evening, Lafayette City Council, Matt and crew. Thank you guys very much. You know, Matt and the team at the city and Kittleson have done a great job over the last 5 years. You know, when Mike warned me about this project being difficult, I thought it was an engineering challenge with Caltrans and real estate, and that I had no idea it was going to be politics with the city of Lafayette. But we've got a diverse city and everybody's got their opinion on it. Hopefully you guys received my written comments. I noticed they didn't show up in the online version, so hopefully you guys have a copy of that. You know, this was an idea I had riding through that path about 5.5 years ago, of how do we make it better and how do my kids get to school? So I'm one of the parents where my kids would be riding that path, and our volunteer organization is a group of parents and retirees who have had kids go there. We have single parents in our group that are working to make Lafayette better. You know, unfortunately, that intersection is a challenge, but adding more cars to it is not going to make the traffic better. We've got to provide options that allow people to do something besides drive, right? Cars take up a lot of real estate in the parking lot, on the streets. They crash a lot here in Lafayette. We had St. Mary's and Moraga Road both closed on Friday due to head-on collision on St. Mary's in front of Stanley, and then a car drove off the road on Moraga. The drivers in Lafayette crash a lot around here. Unfortunately, paint is not going to keep them safe. You know, if you want to improve the guardrail or improve the sidewalk, we can add guardrails to it, right? There's nothing that says we can't add physical protection on the east side of the freeway to that sidewalk. And that's what public input is about, is making projects better, right? Let's hear the concerns like the right-hand lane. Let's run the process and make it better. Unfortunately, as Matt highlighted, this intersection is a challenge. It's a cloverleaf that Caltrans does not build anymore, right? We looked at tunnels, we looked at bridges over it, but they're all 10x the cost, you know, 4 to 5 times the schedule. Major endeavors, major cost, and major projects. This is the best path to provide protection. You know, we've done a lot of research, not just with city staff, but outside consultants with the group. We've talked with Caltrans. You know, everybody's for this project because it is unique, it is different, right? There's not a lot of these. There's one in Portland, there's a 3rd Ave in Caltrans, or over in San Mateo, there's New York City's got one. But we have a unique situation here as well, and it's a great solution for it. I got to meet the resident who started the First Street project to turn a 2-way street into a 1-way street. So I rode on that path tonight to get here. And he lives on Avalon. And one afternoon, he pulled me aside and said, you know, stick with it. These are challenging projects. And I can't imagine his project taking away a lane of traffic on a 2-way street to making it a 1-way street was easy. That had to be a serious fight, and he said it was. But he said it's tremendously used today. For example, the shopping center is now a drop-off for residents north of Lafayette who drop off their Stanley students at the grocery stores, and then they walk up that path to get to Stanley. So it enables those parents to stay away from the School Street disaster that turns in St. Mary's because that path was built. There's got to be well over 100 students walking on that thing, especially on Wednesdays. And then you look at where the path connects into Stanley over at the end of School Street. We've got several hundred students. So on my end, we look for you guys for leadership, and thank you guys for your support on making Lafayette better. Thank you.
Thank you, Eric. Any questions? Not right now. Thank you. Oh, Councilman Gallagher.
Just one question on the and partly in Matt's report, it says that, Assemblywoman Bauer Cahan came to the city saying that they would support. But can you clarify how how this project got funding from Assemblymember Bauer Cahan?
Yeah, so we actually pitched to her about a year before she came to the city council. Our group went and gave her a presentation on the project because we learned about how state senators and Congress and assembly members can get funding for projects. And at the time, Mike had let us know that grants are very hard to get for the city of Lafayette because they're very based on needs. And so we gave her a presentation on the project. And so about a year after that presentation, she reached out to Lafayette and said, hey, folks, the state's doing very well. We're supporting bike and ped projects. Would you guys like to apply for this grant? And the city council, or Transcirc, and then city council recommended the project and applied for the grant.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Next speaker,
Max Henninger, followed by Jessica Badalov.
Good evening, Council. I'm here. My name is Max Henninger, resident in the Village Center neighborhood, and I'm here to speak tonight as a Lafayette resident, cyclist, homeowner, and Inclusive Lafayette board member, but most importantly, as a new parent. My wife and I were blessed in March with a baby girl, and I hope that she has the opportunity to grow up in a city that prioritizes the safety of getting kids to school. And I think folks in this room may have different ideas about how to get there, but I do think that everybody hopefully has that, that shared goal in mind. Thinking about the best way to do it, I think it's got to be separating the bikes and the cars. And I just don't know how you do it if they're all on one side of the street and you've got those freeway on-ramps. And it seems like an awful lot of work has gone into it, and this is the conclusion that they've come to. So I maybe some modifications would be big improvements, but I think the center median is the right concept. I also have seen some of the public comments that folks are saying that the Acalanes kids wouldn't bike to school, and I say, like, can we blame them given the current unsafe conditions, and just more generally with rising vehicle fatalities in our state and nationwide. I've also heard this council say many times that climate change and road safety are top priorities, and tonight you have an opportunity to meaningfully address both of them. Please give our kids a safe route to school. Please give our community an opportunity to reduce vehicle miles traveled and carbon emissions. And I hope that by the time that she's in high school, she learns in her social studies class about the Lafayette City Council in 2023, alarmed by the threat of climate change and the death of a crossing guard at Stanley Middle School. They thought about the big picture and they prioritized student safety and saving our planet. Thanks for your time. And thank you for everyone in the room who has different ideas, but I truly think are thinking about the kids and thinking about how we get them to school safely.
Thank you, Max. Congratulations, by the way. Any questions for Max? No. Thank you.
We have Jessica Badalov, followed by Cheryl.
Good evening. Can you hear me okay? Yeah. Again, my name is Jessica Badalov. I also live in the Acalanes neighborhood by the high school. And I guess I also want to open with, like, yes, a lot of work has gone into this, and appreciate all like the time and commitment and effort that people are putting towards making our community more bikeable, more walkable, and that this is just a priority for people. I think that I am certainly in line with that. And I would love to be solutions oriented, and I would love to support a project like this. But again, I think as has kind of been brought out and highlighted, the fact that like this has taken this unconventional route of being supported, I'm not sure that this is the safest route. And when we think about this idea of, again, I think as has been highlighted by many people, that there's no perfect solution in this case. But when we think about the idea that we should come up with something that is going to be better for some and not better for others, should we make sure that it's better for the majority of people who would be using that space and transiting that area? Another thought that comes to mind when we have this conversation is we talk about this commitment to Assemblymember Bauer Cahan, and while she's obviously presented this idea by a group of citizens who are very passionate about it, I wonder how strongly she would feel about pursuing it if she recognized the volume of opposition that it is currently receiving. So I think that's an important question that we should be asking ourselves. I also think, when you think about leaving the house and saying like, am I going to walk? Am I going to bike? Am I going to drive? For me, some of the things that, as I answer that question is like, where am I going? And like, what is the environment like? And I have to say the idea of getting on my bike or putting my 2-year-old in a stroller and saying, I'm going to walk in between these 2 4-foot concrete barriers in the middle of a road is just not appealing, as opposed to right now, when I do that, I'm going out on the sidewalk, and yes, there's a lot of traffic on the other side of me. I feel safe enough, but I appreciate the fact that there's a semblance of nature on the other side, because at least, we can enjoy and appreciate that. But being in the center, it's like it's louder. We talk about climate change. It gets very hot here. It's going to be hotter in that center medium surrounded by concrete. And I struggle with the idea that like this is going to be some great pull to like get people to, again, get out of their cars. So I think that to me is something that is important to consider. And the other thing, and my neighbor Steve, who bikes a lot, kind of highlighted this, is the idea of like, what happens if there's a crash or an accident in the middle? Sorry, you're at the end, but like you've got people, like then they have to go a quarter of a mile before they can safely get out to get assistance to somebody who's hurt in the middle. Otherwise, you have people trying to jump a 4-foot barrier and cross traffic to like get attention. To me, that seems like an irresponsible choice. And I think being able to reevaluate other solutions around how do you make the conflicts with the on and off ramps safer? Because it seems like, again, there are conflicts anywhere you slice it, because it's a highway and a high school. And anyway, like I can't help but feel like we are just creating new problems that might be just as big. And again, then the demand is really unclear to me.
Thank you.
Yeah, sorry.
Thank you for those comments. Any questions?
Thank you all for your time, and like Max said,
thank you.
Cheryl, followed by Stella Witherspoon.
Can you hear me? You can hear me.
Yes.
I haven't done this in 3 years.
Yeah, well,
I feel like newbie again. So no one's really talked about the beacons that are coming, that Caltrans has agreed to put in by the end of this year on the off ramps to make them safer. No one's brought that up, including Matt, and that's a big key point of making the bicycle lanes and pedestrians being safer when they walk there. So please consider that by the end of 2023, these should be installed. You should listen to the neighbors. I'm not sure if they're all going to be able to speak due to the technical difficulties, but please listen to their letters and realize that if they could be speaking and they can, that they'd be using their voices more than they could be here. This is not a comparable bike path like the Lafayette Moraga Trail. It's not that one is completely safe, and this one is not really that safe. The students were not surveyed. That was talked about at the Transcirc meeting. They were not surveyed. Eric Law talked about it at the 5-hour meetings, marathons that we had, about how some of the parents were surveyed. But the parents aren't the ones that are going to school. And the teenagers at that time are going to be driving, and they're going to make their own decisions, not necessarily what their mom or dad want to do at that point. And that's what's to be expected at that age. I do not support this project. The Transcirc Commission didn't support this project, and they really listened to the neighbors, and they really did speak at that meeting. So understand that. And they wanted to give the money back to Rebecca so that we could complete the project going from Spring Hill up to Spring Hill, which seems like it's already a done deal. You've already approved that. So that seems a very reasonable process to go through. And the 5-hour meetings, I don't know if you listened to them or not. A few people spoke twice, including me, but that made it a little longer. But 99% of those speakers were not in favor of that project. And we had 2 of those and they were both really the same. So in 5 hours, a few people spoke twice. 99% of those people were not in favor of this project. And most of them were the neighbors that lived in that area along Ocalanis and Stanley. So for those points, I would not support this project. A few people at the Transit Commission meeting talked about other ideas. And I listened to the last council meeting, I think it was the last one, where Councilmember Condell talked about bringing people along from the beginning to the end. That didn't happen in this case. That was mentioned earlier. That was not done. If this is going on for 5 years and people came in like 2 years ago, that's not being included. So whatever was talked about before then was not brought to the public. So it was not from the beginning to the end. And I believe in transparency. Thank you.
Thank you, Dawn. Any questions for Dawn? No, thank you. Oh, sorry. I'm sorry, Cheryl. I apologize, Cheryl. No questions. Thank you.
Stella Witherspoon, followed by Bob Francis.
Good evening, council members. Stella Witherspoon. I'm speaking as a private citizen and not on behalf of Transportation Circulation Commission. I want to clarify some things. We're talking about a 22-foot path that includes the K-rail and the buffers outside. I've heard mention of 10-foot, et cetera. But that's the actual space that we need to put into the roadway, which is constrained by space. And that's the challenge that we're discussing. Another thing is the transit stop actually does exist. There is a county connection stop under the freeway. That's in the report. And the other thing is a 4-foot K-rail. I'm 5'4", and so I think K-rail kind of about here, which I'm thinking maybe 3 feet, unless I'm really a lot taller, shorter. So I don't know. 4 foot sounds very high. But in any event, you know that Transcirc was given a binary and recommended one thing over the other. I think something that's missing in the staff report and even in the study, the Kittleson study, is what we've been hearing from neighbors, which is a concern over the effect of travel lanes shifting closer to the sidewalk, which they have to because you have to take out the bike paths and make space again for the 22 feet. And suggestion, I have this personal suggestion after thinking about this is there's a middle ground, and maybe that is to pause the design on center median, perform an alternatives analysis on widening the eastern sidewalk into a class 1 path, and afterwards determine the preferred project alternative to go forward with engineering design plans for. I'm really thankful to Safe Routes to Acalanes for shining a light on the need to make a safer passage for bicycles and pedestrians on Pleasant Hill Road. We definitely have a problem to solve, but we've only investigated one solution so far. Residents from the Acalanes Avenue neighborhood are at the terminus of one end of this path, and they've expressed in all these community meetings that have been referred to that they currently use the sidewalk. They prefer the sidewalk be enhanced into a class 1 path, as this seen south of Old Tunnel Road. And as you heard tonight, they think that traffic on one side is tolerable, but on 2 is really asking a lot and raising their level of stress. So there's a group of 500 households or so whose proximity to this terminus will likely make them the heaviest users of a class 1 path. And they'll generate, I think, more trips than Acalanes students, which we've also discussed as whether they'll use it or not. And I think that as such, these residents' voices should be part of the design determination process. If I could have another minute. Thank you. Oh, sure. Sure. Okay. So I think that the ramps can be controlled in consultation with Caltrans. Sightlines can definitely be improved with vegetation management. And we should just perform a due diligence of all the alternatives at this time and then return for consideration of a preferred alternative and to complete design plans at that point. Thank you.
No, it is not on. Okay, thank you, Stella. Any questions? Yeah. No, okay, thanks for that. More comments?
Bob Francis, followed by Jonathan Singer. This is the last slip from the room. And next we will go to the people on Zoom.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And
Welcome,
again, thank the
Jonathan.
council, vice mayor, the staff for all the work you've done. I feel totally inadequate as far as doing my homework on this. My homework consisted of asking my children who graduated from Occolani's, how many guys ride their bikes to school? It's not many. If you walk by their school bike lot, you're going to see about 10 or 15, maybe on a busy day. So the focus of having, and I know, future parents, I wanted my kids to ride their bike to school. I did not want to get in the car and take them to school. Good luck in 16 years. It changes, but in a real world, and I know I've heard about, the environment greener, the backed up traffic is going to negate any green efficiency or carbon impact of the bike riders, I think. I spent 37 years in the insurance industry. This is I like the effort. I like everybody's enthusiasm for their positions. Most of the accidents my team investigated were people crossing in crosswalks on a green light. Just coming here tonight, I pull out of Occolani's, take my right turn, stop at the left turn. Light turns red, 2 cars, 40, 45, right through it. This will not solve that problem, sadly. I almost feel like, I don't know, police commissioner or sheriff, whoever is running the department should be here and listen to a lot of the comments. It's the speed and the drivers on that road that make that road dangerous. Yes, more space would make it safer for everyone. A center median would probably make it very safe if it's used. But it's not going to solve the speed problem. It's not going to solve the safety concerns. I'm going to give you guys back a minute and 20 seconds. So I thank you all.
Thank you, Jonathan.
Any questions?
Yes, any questions?
That's Bob. No.
Bob. Oh, okay. So we got. Okay.
That's
You have that
John.
straight
If
for
that's
the
a
record
question,
then,
John.
because I think, yeah. Okay, thank you.
Jonathan Singer, followed by Brad Rosenthal. And this is, after this, we'll go to Zoom.
Hi, everyone. John Singer. I live on 1133 Palomares, notoriously bad at public speaking. So I'll try to be slow here and I'll take Bob's extra minute if I can have that. I don't have a ton to say. I can say as a former triathlete, cyclist, person who loved cycling around, this idea is absolutely ludicrous to me. And not just some ideas that other parents, Jessica, for instance, has brought up of, we're talking about 0.4 miles of road here. These are not people, like this does not help coming all the way from the other end of Mount Diablo, where Trader Joe's is and all of this stuff. Like it is super helpful. And I am the first one. I want better community support. I want more access to roads. I want more bike lanes. I want everything to be safer. That intersection is terrible. I just do not see high school kids with heavy backpacks and sports equipment and all that getting onto their bike, crossing a crosswalk to get into a bike lane, going 0.4 miles and being super thankful that they have that space. It makes no sense to me. The sustainability aspect, I work for a sustainability company and I certainly don't see how my car idling at a 0.4 mile area suddenly creates a better climate for all of us. I think there's way more things we could do with the new developments coming and with all of that would vastly change this. But again, we're talking this much of a road that is already so bad that the bike lane is not the big problem there. I realize too, I want to acknowledge that like there's a sunk cost here of 5 years of work by someone and everybody listening to this. And I get that. That sucks. It's really, really hard to do 5 years of anything and all the engineering work, the design work that went into it, and then say, hey, we're probably not going to do this. But 99% of people right? Like we are the parents, we are the ones saying that we can do better than this. And it does strike me and appear like there's one person that really wants this to happen, and somehow in 5 years, no one said, I really respect that, but isn't there a better way? And like everyone sat down and tried to do that. And that just really concerns me for anything that we're trying to do in this community, that we have a incredible council of people. And for 5 years, we've been going back and forth with an engineer who says, yeah, we didn't really follow protocol here and didn't do any of the studies that we normally do, but hey, let's go through that. It makes me think that the loudest voice in the room suddenly gets something accomplished. And I really, like, I want all of us here, everyone, to have a say in this. And it kind of strikes me as odd. So I really appreciate everyone's time and all the work that's gone into this. And I hope that we do find a better solution for a really, really big problem here.
Thank you. I appreciate your comments. I just want to point out that there have been multiple public meetings with this project, and saying 99%, we actually do have a range that we don't have exact statistics, but we do have a range of comments. So, but I appreciate yours. Thank you very much.
The final speaker in the room is Brad Rosenthal.
Thank you for your time. Waiting for my timer so I don't take up more than 3 minutes here. I don't see it yet. There we go. All right. Well, thanks for your time. We all want to make the community better, right? Most of the people who spoke tonight have children or have had children or just are members that care about making the community safer. We genuinely want that. The challenge we have here is that we've become fixated on this one design. And Matt pointed out earlier, it's been such an unusual process to get here. And that, to me, as a community member who lives in that neighborhood, is extraordinarily disappointing that that neighborhood was not brought in early in this process, which is usually what happens to build support for something like this. And the design here is a design that is extremely complicated. As Eric Law pointed out, this is a really complicated problem to try to solve. And that's one of the reasons why you would bring in the community sooner to help you solve it, not to kind of go around and apply for grant money and not reach out to the local community that's most impacted by this. That is a process that is completely messed up. So let's talk about the safety in the intersection and the safety of the path. We would be dumping kids out in the middle of an intersection. And we talk about Vision Zero, and we talk about the guard over at the Stanley Middle School. We will be dumping, if people use this path, we'll be dumping them out in the middle of a grade F intersection, and they have to figure out how to get around it. The other thing is in the confines of the lane, right? I don't know if you've all walked over to the path, the trails here, but if someone's on the trail and there's a biker flying by, you can dodge out of the way. If you're in the middle of concrete barriers, where are you going to go? You're going to hop over the barrier into traffic? It just doesn't make sense. So we should take a step back here and explore other options. And this project, when you think about it, it's a sunk cost. It's sunk cost fallacy, right? So we spent a whole bunch of time on it. We got this grant, and now we feel obligated to go spend the money on the design. It almost seems to me, in hearing Matt read the report, that we are kind of afraid to go back to the Assemblywoman and say, hey, we built the first phase of the design, but the community didn't like it at large, and now we kind of have to give the money back. It almost feels like we are too timid to go out there and do that. That shouldn't be the case. We should be acting fiscally responsible and not using the money just because we have it. That's just backwards. So the last thing I'd say is you've heard so many voices tonight, and at the public meetings in the past, so many voices, maybe not 99%, but maybe 90%. You, as our assembly or our council, are supposed to be the votes of our voices. Please respect the democratic process and vote against this. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Thank you. No, thank you. No questions. Okay, I think we're moving to a public comment from virtual Zoom calls. So I just want to remind you, we might, if we experience technical difficulties and we have to move on, please make sure you write in your comments to us.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Dawson. We appear to have 3 members of the public on Zoom who have their hands raised. We'll first hear from James, then Brian Green, and then Joe Thomas. If anyone else would like to participate on Zoom, please use the raise hand feature. James, you are allowed to talk and you can unmute yourself.
Hello. Hopefully you can hear me. I think the first important point is to recognize that the Circulation Commission was unanimously opposed to this project, and staff still went forward with promoting this project to the City Council, which seems unusual. Secondly, it feels like at the very best case scenario, the traffic at this grade F intersection will remain unchanged, which is a big stretch and a high hurdle to get over. And thirdly, I think a big question needs to be raised is, does this actually improve safety? Right now, we're talking about 2 of the off ramps that need to be crossed. Those are 1 lane, 1 direction. They will, according to Caltrans, have flashing beacons in the future, and those should make it significantly safer. Right now, we're looking at the new project, which will require people crossing 3 lanes of traffic on the way into the northbound bike path, and then 4 lanes of traffic getting out of the northbound bike path, which is a lot more than 2. And it is a controlled, red, green stoplight versus a flashing beacon. But at any point in time on these interactions, we're relying on the drivers and the cyclists or the pedestrians respecting each other and following the rules. And I'm honestly more confident in people being able to follow the rules at a flashing beacon controlled 1 lane crossing than a red, green light controlled crossing where we know there's multiple people running red lights all the time. Finally, I would like to highlight the fact that Robert Lavoie did some excellent work on this lane shift on Southern Pleasant Hill Road, which is, I believe, more dangerous than people anticipate. When people need to, drivers heading south on Pleasant Hill Road will need to, in the middle of a very straight road for about a half a mile, arbitrarily shift their cars to the right about 6 feet in the middle of that intersection. The diagrams are very clear on this, and it seems incredibly unsafe, both for the drivers who are heading south and for the potential pedestrians who are waiting in the center median to then cross over to the high school or cross back over to the sidewalk. I've never seen anything like that in my life. A 45-mile-an-hour road that could potentially dead end into a solid barrier if one does not turn their car. It just seems wildly unsafe. And Caltrans, according to city staff, says this is within tolerance. But I don't know if it is actually. We've not seen the actual provisions there, and I'm relatively certain Caltrans has not evaluated this design when there could be pedestrians in the median because it's such a unique project. I think that really needs to be examined. Thank you.
Okay, are there any questions for the speaker? My own technical difficulties. No, thank you.
The next speaker is Brian Green, followed by Joe Thomas and Libby Henry. Brian, you can unmute yourself and speak.
Thank you. My name is Brian Green. I live on Stanley Boulevard. Appreciate the time today to speak. I too am against this project. I think that, I call it the path to nowhere because it doesn't really connect with a trail on either side without crossing a couple crosswalks. I think it's dangerous and I don't think it'll be used. A couple things I wanted to kind of point out were that I think it was a little bit irresponsible that we haven't done certain studies on the project. One is there was no official study done to determine how the terraces project and this center median project would work together. There were only assumptions made. There's going to be a new crosswalk between the gas station and Ocalanes High School. There were no studies to determine how the impact of that project and this potential project would impact the intersection. And there were no studies done to understand the impact of the Ocalanes Avenue residents. With up to 44-second increases in wait times, you can almost be certain that the traffic is going to increase in that area. And there were no studies done to understand that. And there were no studies done to determine whether it would even be used. So, you know, I would also like to just remind the group there that in the second public meeting on this project that Matt led, there were about 60 public speakers, and all but 2 of them were against the project. In the last Trans-Circ meeting, there were about 35 or so speakers, 30 to 35, I think. And again, only 2 were for this project. The Trans-Circ Commission, I think, voted unanimously and they definitely voted to not continue, to discontinue the design. So please, I respect the local community and the Trans-Circ Commission. You know, what I would propose is that we put a pause on this project and design it holistically with the community involved to find a solution that really truly gives us a safe path that people will use. I think there certainly could be an effective solution on the east side. I don't think it'll be difficult with the flashing lights they're putting in for people to cross those on and off ramps. And I think we have a really good possibility for a future project there. So please respect our tax dollars as well. Don't spend money just because it's there. If we get this design and it's approved, we are going to be stuck with it. And then all of a sudden someone's going to come up with money for it. And I feel like it's going to be shoved down our throats and the community is almost completely against it. So those are my thoughts. Thank you for the time.
Thank you, Brian. Any questions for Brian? No, thanks. No, thank you, Brian. There's no questions for you.
The next speaker is Joe Thomas, followed by Libby Henry. Joe, you can unmute yourself.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Thank you. Yeah. I mean, I'm kind of just repeating what other speakers have said before. I think most importantly, I just don't think this will be used. And I think you're building something. I respect the thought of, you know, making a safer environment. I think everyone who opposes the project wants safety for bikers and pedestrians. I think most experienced bikers will still not use this. They're not going to wait at a stoplight at Mount Diablo Boulevard, go into an intersect, go into the center medium bike path, then bike down it, then stop again, wait for a light, go out of it. So those people won't be using it. Also, I don't think pedestrians will use it at all. I really don't. I think pedestrians will continue to use the east side of Pleasant Hill, that sidewalk. And even then, I think actually bikers, the very few bikers, kid bikers that are going to Ocalanes or Stanley will actually use the sidewalk still. I really honestly do. And so there hasn't been a study to show that this will be used at all. I think it is a kind of a wasted project, to be quite honest with you. I believe traffic will be increased, even though there's some people that says there's not. I think traffic will be increased. More people will use Ocalanes Avenue, which is going to be an issue in its own. And then what was the last? I think our main focus should be making the east side of Pleasant Hill, that sidewalk, nicer. Maybe make it more friendly for bikers, make more friendly for pedestrians. That's what we should be focused on. And I think I was at the last 3 meetings. Once again, people have already said this. Over 90% of people were against this project. And at the last meeting, I thought it was voted that we do not continue this design. So I I think the city, the residents of the city have spoken, and I think it would be irresponsible for city council to continue on with this design if there is so much opposition to this project. And I agree. I think that we should look at other possibilities. Once again, on the east sidewalk that's currently there, I think that is the key, and making the on-ramps and off-ramps safer. Anyways, thanks so much. And I appreciate everyone's hard work. I know a lot of people put a lot of work into this, and thank you.
Thank you, Joe. Any questions? No, thank you, Joe.
The next speaker is Libby Henry, followed by Lisa, Chandler, and Julie.
Thank you.
Libby, you can unmute yourself and speak.
Libby, can you hear us? We can't hear you. Okay, we'll move on to the next speaker.
Hello?
Oh, there you are, Libby. Welcome.
I'm having technical difficulties on my end. My screen keeps going black. Sorry about that, but
we can hear you though.
Okay. So I, after listening to all the other speakers, I just want to, and I sent my letter in, and I'm sure that you read it. But I'm from the discussion from Matt earlier, I'm very confused and almost terrified that the idea at the south end of this thing is that people need to cross Pleasant Hill Road to get to the median in the first place. And I mean, just the whole concept of it seems very ill-conceived. And I know I've stated that before, but I'm just thinking, has anybody actually like walked through that sort of process? And I mean, just there's no intersection there. There's no crosswalk there. So you build a crosswalk and people are going to go at 45, 55 miles an hour, like I believe Stella mentioned. And there's just nothing about this project that seems to make real sense. This isn't about safety. All of us want safe ways for everybody to go to and from places. And I agree with the previous speaker about, you know, work on something on the east side that's a viable solution. And one thing I didn't appreciate was the to me, it was like a threat that, you know, well, if we don't go forward with this, then Lafayette's going to be stuck with the $85,000 tab for it. Well, and I think that's very, very unfair and wrong, because Rebecca Barakan didn't get the benefit of the public input on this project in the first place. So if she withdraws the $85,000 that was already paid to a consultant, and none of that makes any sense to me. And if there was a consultant, why in the world weren't these feasibility studies made first? It seems to me that, you know, I'm not an engineer, but it seems like feasibility studies are the first step toward any sort of project like this. And none were made, and no surveys were taken, and it makes absolutely no sense. And I can't see a clock, so I don't know if I'm over my time or not. But please do not go forward with this project. I think that the Assemblywoman, if she knew what everything is going on, I don't think that she would have granted it with the specificity with which it seems to have been approached by the staff and by Mr. Law.
Thank you, Libby. I appreciate your comments. Are there any questions for Libby? No. Okay. Thank you.
We have Lisa, followed by Chandler Sultan, Julie Tobias, and Philip Penn.
Great. Welcome, Lisa.
Lisa, you can unmute yourself and speak.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, hi. Thank you for your time and the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Lisa. I am a 12-year resident of Lafayette. I live on Pleasant Hill Circle. I saw many of my neighbors there at the meeting near Pleasant Hill Road. I drive Pleasant Hill Road multiple times per day as I have 3 children that attend Spring Hill Elementary. I, for many reasons, do not support this project. This middle of the road path is impractical and very dangerous. This pathway does not connect to anything. It starts and ends in arguably the 2 worst intersections in Lafayette, and in my opinion, is a death trap for anyone that would use it. I could just imagine what it would be like for multiple people and kids standing in the middle of this horrible intersection, waiting to get out of the pathway with cars at documented average speeds of 40 to 50 miles per hour and up to 70 miles per hour per the traffic study documentation. On page 6 of the traffic study, it states that in the PM hours currently, quote, demand exceeds the intersection's capacity. Between the hours of 3:30 and 7:35 p.m. today, I was at soccer tryouts at Wilder. That is where I'd love to see more money spent, is on field, so we don't have to be going back and forth to Orinda to play soccer, as well as then straight to Buckeye Fields for a baseball game. This pathway is definitely being discussed, as it was a hot topic in our community. A couple quotes while listening to a group of people discuss this while watching their kids try out for Magic Soccer. Quote 1, I mean, this is just common sense. Who would ever want to walk in the middle of Pleasant Hill Road? It's like a freeway. Quote 2, there is no way our city would go for a path in the middle of the worst road. Quote 3, gosh, I really hope that doesn't happen. That road would look even uglier than it already does. The gist is, this is being discussed in our community, and I have yet to hear one person that thinks this is a good idea. Everyone that I have talked to, including me, wants to see our current sidewalk widened and beautified with greenery to mirror the south side of Pleasant Hill Road, as well as more bus routes, as buses can be used rain or shine to get kids to and from school. I would also love to see a sidewalk up and over Deer Hill Road that connects to downtown. Let's not forget about the safety of the drivers. There would be way too many obstacles in the surrounding area. Freeway on and off ramps, pedestrians, the Akalani's cross-country team running, and school traffic. Then add a center median with people waving to friends, possibly throwing objects into the road, like we dealt with the bridge area. Oh, sorry, I can't see the time. Sorry.
I know it's kind of sneaking up on us.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate your comments. Next speaker.
Next speaker is Chandler, followed by Julie and Philip Penn. Chandler, you can unmute yourself.
Hi, thank you. Appreciate the opportunity to speak here. I joined this call with different understanding of things. I live in Spring Hill up the road. I have a 4-year-old, very excited about the idea of connecting to the trail in some way, shape, or form. I am not in favor of the middle path, but I do want to share that there is a high demand for a path and solution. Many people said 99% of people are opposed, and some other fictitious numbers they kind of pulled out of their hat. I want to disabuse that notion. There is a lot of folks that want to connect this side to the path. And I think it's very important to keep that top of mind. Polls won't show it because once you build a bike path, people will use it. And we need a safe way to get through. I think that more work does need to be done, but I do hope work does continue. So thanks again for the team that continue to push us forward. But I do think it does need more study, but I hope they do get the funding to have the proper studies and to potentially widen the sides. Thank you for the time.
Thank you, Chandler. Any questions? No, thanks, Chandler.
The next two speakers and last two speakers are Julie Tobias and Philip Penn. Julie, you can unmute yourself.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I'm not going to repeat anything anyone else said or what I said last time, but I'm going to just make 4 quick points. One, I live on the north side of Pleasant Hill, and the paths that exist there already are not even taken care of. They're filled with 2-foot, 3-foot high weeds, prickers, fallen trees, limbs, dry grass, etc. And I know it's a who's who, whether it's Caltrans or Parks and Rec or the city, as to whose territory that is. But again, those simple pathways can't even get taken care of. I want to reiterate that this is a democracy, and I'm really getting tired of kind of recreating the wheel. When the people's spoken, the people have spoken. Please listen to the citizens. The other issue I thought of is they said that those barriers were impermeable to cars, but all I could think of is someone running the red light, spinning out, and then hitting it perpendicularly in a way that it does become a big issue and will go right through the barriers from what I gathered from tonight's conversation, or a car flipping up in the air and landing right in the middle of that pathway. And last of all, someone brought up, yeah, it's a clover leaf. It's not designed anymore. The intersection, maybe it's like I said last time, it's a bigger issue. It's probably needs to be recalibrated on the macro level from Caltrans or the state or the county, whoever takes care of that, because again, the backup goes on to 24 and it compounds. So I think this is just a Band-Aid, but it's just because we were force fed it. I think we need to go back to the drawing board and maybe look into some higher agencies. And yeah, it will be a huge expensive project, but it will be a long-term one, and it won't just be a quick term solution. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Julie. Questions for Julie? No? Thanks, Julie.
The last two speakers are Philip Penn and Jared. Philip, you can unmute yourself.
Welcome, Philip.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, great. Yeah, my name's Philip Penn. I'm a parent of 3 kids, all of whom are currently biking to school here in Lafayette. I live in the Trails area. Thank you for everyone that's put so much effort into this. I'm going to temporarily at least buck the trend and say that I am supportive of this proposal. We've heard a lot from drivers this evening about car issues and so on, and not so much from potential kids who actually would be riding to school. Obviously, that there aren't children on the Zoom. That's fair enough. But the thing that I'd like to bring up, so I've biked through that area at least 30 or 40 times, and I did it again today just to remind myself of what it was like. And the answer is, it's absolutely terrifying to bike through that intersection. I've biked a lot of places, lived in San Francisco for 10 years and Europe, and that intersection is especially bad, hence the F rating. And the reason why I'm supportive of this of the proposal is that it actually addresses the issue and the issue is, as you particularly heading north, once you go through those lights and you get put onto the green lane, you've got the dashes in front of you and behind you, left and right. There could be cars coming from any one of those 4 diagonal areas, right? And all of the cars are speeding up to get onto the on-ramp or merge north onto Pleasant Hill Road. And so absolutely terrifying. I mean, I heard with disbelief one of the people arguing earlier that it was completely fine, and I certainly wouldn't want that for my kids. You know, so to me it's all about safety. This particular measure or proposed construction would address that exact problem, and so hearing from people who drive cars that it's not going to solve the problem, I think it absolutely would, and I personally would feel very happy about biking through it. I think I'll just echo again that the demand would come if you actually built a safe route. I live off the trail here. I understand there was a lot of opposition to the Lafayette Moraga Trail before it was constructed. So if you build it, it will come, and it's a noble proposition, and I think it does address the issue. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Philip. Any questions for the speaker? No, thanks, Philip.
The last speaker is Jared. Jared, you can unmute yourself.
Hi, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Great. So I want to first thank you guys for your time. My name is Jared Yamasaki. I live in the Akalani's neighborhood, so I want to echo the sentiments of all those that spoke before me relating to safety and cost for this project. But one item that hasn't been brought up that I want to raise is the environmental impact of this project. So an EIA has not been conducted to quantify the amount of excess vehicle emissions from increased vehicle idling and the construction as a result of this project. And no thought has been given to the harmful pollutants that the bicyclists and pedestrians are going to be exposed to by being flanked on both sides of traffic. And the strenuous activities of this will cause a greater intake of these harmful pollutants such as carbon, NOx, and PM that are major contributors to asthma and lung cancer. And another alternative to biking to school is taking the bus, right? Public transportation, that's a viable option that's available rain or shine. Whereas this bike path option is only in a few months a year when the weather's good, right? So then no one's going to be biking when it's super hot or when it's raining and really cold. So that's just one thing. So I just want to say that I'm opposed to this project. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, Jared. Any questions?
I'm sorry, one other item that I forgot to mention is this also may have some CEQA implications that you might want to look into as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I don't believe there's questions for Jared. Is there any more speakers?
No, Vice Mayor, there are no more hands raised.
Okay, I want to thank everyone who's come out as well as contributed their thoughts via Zoom with our technical difficulties, so appreciate that. And we are going to bring this back for discussion. So first off, I want to cover some of the questions that might have come out, and I will ask for council's help to help me remember if I can capture them. And I'll start with the most recent one about an EIR report or environmental impact. Is there a threshold that this would qualify for?
No, this particular project would be categorically exempt.
Okay, thank you for that. And I'll go back to, I think a comment back at our first speaker mentioned Sharrows, and I heard you mention Sharrows too. Would there be a possibility of keeping Sharrows in the road?
Yes, we could keep those.
Okay. Another question came up about consideration of if there was an accident in the median. Is that something we consider? Is that something as part of design that comes out or reporting?
I don't believe it was specifically considered, but in thinking about it, if there's an accident in the center of the median, I would assume that paramedics and ambulance providers would attend to the person in the center of the median. I don't think that's necessarily an issue.
Right. It would be, I imagine first responders would do what they normally do in a freeway accident.
Right.
Not that I'm saying it's a freeway, but similar in terms of not having a side of the road type of thing. Any other questions that I'm missing here? I think one also from the first speaker was in terms of the traffic impacts if the timing kind of coincided with the high school getting in and out, any additional traffic during those particular times?
The whole upshot with the traffic issues is that we haven't changed anything about the configuration of the road. So if you didn't have room for the cars before we build the project, you're still not going to have room for the cars after we build the project. It's not going to make it worse, but it certainly isn't going to make it better for the same number of cars. If the hope is that there will be fewer, this will provide an opportunity for people to choose an alternate form of transportation other than a car, then conceivably there would be fewer cars, and that would help. But it remains to be seen if that would happen.
Thank you for that. Okay. Oh, and I think Stella was just commenting on maybe the height of the K rails. Is it 4 feet or 3?
I did a quick look earlier to see what's the standard height for K rails. They do come in various sizes, but I think 42 is a standard height. I'm sure you can make them taller, but I believe 42 is the standard height.
Thank you. 3.5 feet. Yes. Thanks for that. Thank you for the math. Yes. Thank you. I'm hoping I covered the questions that came up. Any council members, have you captured any questions from public comments first off?
I'll ask one which is sort of implied about who's paying for this, or there's questions of where the money's coming from. So maybe you could just clarify who's paying for the last 1 to 2 years of work that's been done in terms of design, and who's paying for the actual build out of the road if it were to be done.
Good question. So everything leading up to today could be billed against the grant that we received. The only thing that we can't bill against it necessarily is staff time. So that we, the city of Lafayette, have paid for. Moving forward, if we build this, it remains to be seen how it will be paid for. In the past meetings, it was stated that private funds would be raised and grants would be pursued. So the implication there is that it wouldn't be city monies necessarily. It would be grant funding and private donations.
Okay, so but back to the first part. The first budget was from Rebecca Bauer-Cahan was how much approximately money?
$285,000.
And how much of it has been expended so far?
30? Oh, sorry, 238. Dyslexia. We've spent about 85,000.
Okay, so there's still a portion left for the detailed design, which is what you're coming to us today for, to
Correct.
Request permission to proceed to continue to use the grant money to get more detailed into this concept. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay, but then if we were to build it, it's a project that the city of Lafayette is not committed to building with our funding. The deal was to do it with other funding.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Oh, Councilmember Kendall.
On that same line, it was Commissioner Weatherspoon suggested, and I'm trying to find out if we can do this under the grant guidelines. Can we pause, do the alternatives for a class 1 on the east side under that grant funding? Like, how is the grant written? Could we still use that?
The grant is written for a center median pathway.
So there's no chance to add that alternatives analysis?
I don't believe we could do it just going ahead and doing it. If we want to stop things and go back to the assembly member and say we'd like to reappropriate the money to do more studies on something different, I think we could do that, but that wasn't what the original grant had intended.
Okay, got it. That was my question.
Councilmember Geiger.
So Narup, I don't know. So in terms of going back, I'm going to follow on that questioning, and then I have another question. But in terms of going back, we signed an agreement an understanding, and then there is a scope related to that. And I believe you talked to Casey at Townsend, who assisted, with our various community, benefit grants. What was his sort of take on the process?
The process to repurpose the grant funds, should the council decide to do so, would be to first inform the assembly member's office and either ask for a budget, for a repurposing of funds through the budget process, or to work with the department that issues the funding and do a change in the scope of work.
And through the budget process, the assembly member would need to be supportive of that.
In both cases, I think it's prudent to inform the assembly member of the change and then work with her staff to see which of the two options we should choose.
And the department, anyway, I did talk briefly with Casey today as well. And the department, the process of going back to the department to look at a scope change would be something that would be, I don't know if easier is the right
Yes.
word, but
Yes, okay.
because it's not going back into the budget process, the
Correct.
state budget process. So then I have a question. So if we, one of the things I think that was talked about was looking at repurposing, we have the design to the point we have it now. But if we were repurpose for pathways, the other three pathways, the Pleasant Stanley to Spring Hill, Quant, and Release Valley Road, in terms of finishing out those paths in that same area, not working to address the same problem, but would be projects that we have on the books already. One of the things that we've heard pretty regularly, and I did go and walk it yesterday with Stella, and I walk through there a lot, which sounds weird, but from our house, we walk downtown on Fridays and things, and through all those intersection, all of that conflicts. And if we looked at repurposing that money and doing a study to look at putting in a class 1 pathway on the east side, which is what a lot of people are talking about because it's on the same side, I guess, as the one, well, there's sidewalks there. There aren't sidewalks on the west side. But Matt, what do you think? Have we looked at that before? This has been a problem for a long time. So have we looked at widening that stretch between Mount Diablo and Stanley? It's late. Sort of how would you look at that?
We haven't looked at it in nitty gritty detail to see how that would work. I have thought about it to see how would that work. You would get some of the same shifting to the other side of the road because we don't have any right of way on the east side of the road. The sidewalk is within, I think, a foot or so of the existing right of way. So if you wanted to make a wider sidewalk, you would be widening out into the street, which would either mean getting rid of the bike lane, which then you have cars right up against you. So if you still want to have the bike lane, such as it is in that area, and have a wider sidewalk, you're going to have to push that center median to the west in order to accommodate that. So some of the issues that people brought up about shifting that median, they're still there. The other issue is that we have envisioned putting in a pathway on the west side from Deer Hill to Stanley. And as Mike mentioned in his presentation, we're pursuing doing a section of that going from the school to the regional park parking lot. So you would then have a pathway on the east side up to Stanley Deer Hill, and then everybody would have to cross over to the west side to keep going. So there may be some value in it being on the pathway being on the west side, not the east side. to put it on both sides, I think you really don't have any right of way to do that. So it's unfortunately not, there aren't as many options as there are south of the freeway.
And so if we were, oh, sorry, if we were doing a true, alternatives analysis there, looking at, would we look at just the east side? Would we look at the west side, recognizing that the terraces is going to change that side of the road from what it looks like now at some point based on their plans that were approved? How would you recommend moving forward? And most importantly, it's $153,000 that's left. Is there enough in this if we repurposed it? Because it is still in that corridor. It's still in that section. If we repurposed it, does that give us enough money? And if not, sort of what would that scope? I'm not doing it.
I think
so basically, yeah. So basically, if we're going to look at alternatives and we're going to have $153,000, does that get us enough, or where would the other funding come from?
Yeah, I think it would get you enough to look at studies and other alternatives, but you wouldn't have a design out of it.
Right.
So I'm not sure what that gets you necessarily, other than more studies. I think, as the community has stated, that I heard a lot of people saying that they wanted more studies to come up with better alternatives, but I really haven't heard a whole lot in the way of, so what is that better alternative that you had in mind? Hey, let's build pathways on the side of the road. Definitely have heard that one, but there are some issues with that in terms of right of way and things of that nature. I wouldn't want to not look at the west side, because I think that's partly how we got to here, is by just focusing in on one thing. If we're going to do more studies and more analysis of this, we should look at all of the reasonable options. I think tunnels and bridges are probably not reasonable, but the other ones could conceivably be reasonable. But the end result is we wouldn't have a design. We would just have another study to put on a shelf.
Okay, I'll hold. So.
Any other questions? Hey,
remind me again. Okay, I've got two questions. Remind me again, on the south side of where people get onto the median. On the west side, we still have a freeway on-ramp, where it comes in to Pleasant Hill Road. It's a stop sign. It's squared off, and so it's a stop sign. On the far side of the intersection. Okay, so actually, do you have a picture of where the median? I know you're like, no.
Essentially, on the south side, you have a traffic signal.
Right.
There's no stop signs there. There's a free right for southbound Pleasant Hill Road to get on Mount Diablo Boulevard.
And for 24.
And then there's a freeway on-ramp that's quite a bit further north than the intersection. So that's not really in the intersection.
So where if you're coming from Mount Diablo Boulevard, where are you supposed to enter the median? Are you supposed to go to the one to the north end of that intersection and then cross to the middle?
If you're a pedestrian and you're walking on Mount Diablo Boulevard past the cemetery and you get to the intersection, you push the pedestrian crossing button to go to the north side of Mount Diablo Boulevard, push another button to cross the intersection to the center median. So we'd be putting in a new crosswalk leg there. There currently isn't a leg there.
How does that intersect with the slip lane?
It misses it entirely.
It misses it. Okay, good.
Now, if you were walking on the other side of Mount Diablo, then you would have to cross the slip lane, which is, if memory serves, is unsignalized, and then cross to the center median.
Oh, okay. So we would do something there. No?
in a perfect world, I'd like to see the slip lane go away, but
Okay.
that's in a perfect world, and that would have traffic implications too.
Okay. Thank you.
You bet.
And then one more question, and this may, I think it might even be a Mala question. If so we go to the terraces, like if we approve this, we go to the terraces, and all of a sudden it's like we're asking for this much more real estate. What happens if they say no? What would happen if they go, wait, what happens?
I was not involved in that project, so I would probably defer to your legal counsel on that.
Fair, yeah, okay.
I don't know all the conditions
but-
for approval and all the requirements.
Do we have right of way? I guess that would be,
Right. So we do have some right of way there. So as I mentioned earlier, I believe we could build this project without getting appreciably more right of way, provided we don't put in the drop off and pickup area. So that area we could not put in as part of our project without getting additional right of way.
okay.
But we could do the rest of it without leaving our right of way.
But okay, I guess we should probably find that out though, huh? What would happen if they say no? Because we're asking them to do quite a bit more, right? And also they're going to do some more grading and all this kind of stuff. And, you know, just to kind of find out what our exposure is to this, not being able to implement it.
Okay.
Thank you. That is a good question because we are looking at, obviously making the most of that collaboration with the terraces design. So it would be important to understand, depending on whose project, when first the design, but funding or whose project goes in first, it would be very important to kind of have it phased together. So that understanding would be good to know. Councilmember Quack, did you have a question?
I just wanted to clarify when we said we're taking a lot of space, we're talking about 8 feet, not like 38 feet. We're just asking for 8 feet more, right?
Correct.
Okay, so do you consider that to be a big ask?
They need to add another third lane, right? So we need the 8 feet, but then they have to add a third lane on top of it, right? And that's where you add those up and you go, that's like 30 feet, right? Or you threw the number
30
feet.
plus feet. Yeah. So
That's what we're asking for.
But they
well,
were doing
we're not asking for that.
Well,
we're asking for 8.
But their project already
requires a whole bunch more.
Exactly, right. And so we are adding 8, but I'm just wondering what kind of, if they don't want to do that, right?
Right.
If that is going to be a problem for us.
No, I think that's important information to at least try to get a hold of. But I want to get back to first off, make sure we have our questions so we can start. Okay, question.
Well, I just want to follow up on that. So part of the next steps, if we said, okay, we want to go forward and we want to finish this design because we want to know, is it safe? Can we design it in a way that addresses concerns about pass through, cut through at Akalani's? Can we design it that it provides more protection from Akalani's Avenue to Deer Hill Stanley? All of those questions are things that you would still be looking at. So what O'Brien, what the developer would do or not do on the terraces would be an element of the questions that you're asking, right? So I guess those are things we want to know down the road, but are we thinking that that's something that would impact the decision? Because it would be, if they say no, then we just don't do that part. We either have to, that's an element that would impact the design the same as any of the other questions that we have. So I guess I'm thinking that it's just another question and step in the process, but.
Yes, I appreciate that clarification. I think it would be added input in terms of also like what we're hearing here into that process should we decide to go forward with the design process. Any other questions? Okay, who would like to,
Vice Mayor, may I just weigh in for 1 minute? Because
Yes,
I
please.
want to address the question Councilmember Kendall asked, what if the developer says no? The one thing I heard tonight from a lot of people was just put a pathway on the east side. I think Matt undersold it a little bit as far as we haven't thought about it at all. We have thought about it at all. We've thought about it quite a bit. And he brought up that you have the exact same problems as a center median or a west. You're going to need to shift everything over because we don't have right of way, or you're still going to get rid of the bike lane, or you're still going to squish that down, or you're going to have too narrow of a sidewalk, and you're talking about a multi-purpose path going both directions. So a lot of the concerns I heard from the public tonight are still caused by putting a pathway on that east side. So whether you put it on the east, the west, or in the middle, which I think reasonable people could agree, those are the only feasible. There isn't a bridge or a tunnel option here ever. Whether you do that, you're going to likely need the cooperation of the developer on the west side, because you're not going to get it from the property owners on the east. And we already have explored that some. So at least in this date and time, that's not going to happen. So I think that it's still a question of working with the developer. That is part of why staff's recommendation is to continue with this design, because this is a window of opportunity. And if the development is done without us asking for the 8 feet, we may never have this option again. So just, it was a very good question. I just want us to know that all of the complications and the design issues are the same, whether it's in the middle or the east or the west side of the road.
Thank you, Mike.
Question, how wide is a class 1 walkway?
So you need 10 foot with 2 feet on each side is the standard for shoulder, like a bike, elbow room, so that you've got 10 feet of paved width and then buffers, which is what we've tried to design or conceptually design. That's why you get that 14 feet.
Got it. Thank you.
And can I follow up on that? So that is what I did drive a couple of times actually over the last week or so, also through the roundabout and up along the path that is along from Olympic to almost Mount Diablo, kind of. That's a whole nother thing on crossing there, but that's 10 feet. I mean, that's the class 1.
That is 10 feet. Yes.
Okay.
Both sides of, I'll call it South Pleasant Hill Road there.
Okay. And want us to start talking?
Yes, I would like us to start the discussion. If our questions are answered, and I'm sure we, during our discussion, we can ask another question, but let's get to this. The question before us is to whether or not to pursue this design and or otherwise look to not pursue this design, and then we'll deal with what that means. But I think the first thing is people weighing in, council weighing in on what their thoughts are about the question before us. Would anybody like to start? Councilmember Geringer, thank you.
I don't know that I necessarily want to, but I think I did a little bit just a minute ago. I think that as I was saying a second ago in trying to talk about the Deer Hill property and talking to the developers and talking to all of the various questions that still need to be answered based on the concerns that people have raised, I want to first back up. I want to thank everybody for I did listen. I did watch the other public listened to and followed up and have read every letter, and this is complicated, but we all agree that there's a problem there. And I want to thank Mike for that description, that no matter what, we need to have that discussion with the developer. We need to answer these questions. Looking at the east side path, the west side, or down the middle. Right now we're looking at the down the middle. And I do support moving forward with continuing the design. I don't think that it's a waste of money. I think that we're learning a lot from what we've already studied so far. And I know I've actually had these conversations before that we have looked at ways to improve those on-off ramp, and Stella has done lots of research. I know Rob Lavoie has done various things. I think Stella is right in terms of our continuing to have discussions with Caltrans, but those controls, those solutions, even with the flashing beacons, are not going to solve all those problems in that corridor. And so I think that this has been an opportunity, unconventional maybe, but has given us an opportunity to look at that. And I for one, want to support the staff recommendation to continue the study. I do want to know what the impacts, how we study what the impacts are, or how we address or mitigate for the Akalani's neighborhood, how we look at that section from Akalani's, because it does change it for that neighborhood. It changes how they come out on Akalani's Road and come on to the sidewalk there that is very narrow, that we don't have the right of way on, but I want us to look at how we can solve that. We agreed, and the consultants changed, leaving the right turn lane there, which obviously I would support as well. And I'm glad we did that. So there are ways we can look at how to continue the design while answering all of these study questions. And so I will stop there for now. And back actually to Councilmember Quox. One part of it would be, okay, well, we're going to finish this design. One question I asked myself, we're finishing this design, but we don't know that we're ever going to have the money to build it. But if I just think we learned so much by at least completing this design and looking at the other elements of how we bring that forward. So
Thank you for getting the conversation started. Council members, Quox, Handel?
I'm happy to go next. Thank you for the comments. More water, more water. Okay. Yeah. Well, clearly this is an agenda item where not everybody's going to be happy, right? We definitely have heard a lot of diverse voices on this topic. And so it's not a real easy decision to be made, but I would say that especially recently, it's been pointed out that 99% of the community is against this project. And I think in several recent meetings, the public comment has been very strongly against it. But this project is not just a new project. It's actually been out there for 5 years. And it has had the support of the community over 5 years. In fact, the TransCirc had moved it forward, and this very body, the city council, a number of years ago, allowed the project to go forward with the understanding that funds from the city would not be used to actually build the project. It would have to be privately funded. So the group has a Facebook page. It's been in the media. So I do feel that, and today there are 90 pages of public comments, and it's not a 99-to-1 ratio. It's much more even. So to the community, I just ask that everybody please have an open mind to the broader set of what's happening here, and not just look at the last 3 months of commentary. But the last 3 months of commentary does worry me quite a bit, because I want to hear what's going on, what happened with this project that's had a lot of positive momentum for 5 years. What are the issues that people are worried about that need to be solved for here? And I see that our Transportation and Circulation Commission and staff even have come to 2 different recommendations here. So that's yet another area of concern that for me. But I do appreciate where staff landed on this. And just to get out there, I feel comfortable moving forward with the design. I'll just name a few reasons here, which I hope to address some of the community concerns without going into all of the details. But I heard loud and clear that the public feels a path down the middle of this busy street is dangerous. So I wanted to know if that's a perception of danger or a reality. Is it really dangerous, or are people feel uncomfortable there. That's a big difference. So on that point, let me just say that the pathway as designed is a 5 foot, 5 foot each way. So it's 10 feet wide. And then my understanding is there's 2 feet more of buffer before you get to the concrete K rails, which are themselves 2 feet more, right? And then you have 2 feet more before you get to the white lines of the road. And so Stella mentioned that in total is now 22 feet, right? So bear with me. This is the painted sidewalk on one side, and this is 3, 6, 9, 12, 15, 18, 21, 22 feet. Then this is the distance between the painted line on one side and the other. I'm walking down the trail here that I feel in danger for my life, with cars going that way and coming there. So I would say, I would say Kitchener's design this, that is to be safe, and then looking at that type of distance, then I could say that's a lot of distance there. So I think one of the things of us having to judge designs by just a piece of paper versus an actual, when you look at it, is a difference. And I would love to go to San Mateo and walk their section to also do that. But I think this is where we need to have some professional assurance and public education that the distances we're talking about are actually safe. And that's why I asked the question before, because there's a big public perception that it's not safe. And I think we need to try to find different ways to communicate to ensure that the public feels this is a safe path. Anyways, that was a big concern of the public, which I think we need to address, and it hasn't been successfully addressed. The second community concern that was raised, does it worsen congestion? That's a terrible F intersection already. The last thing we want to do is worsen the congestion. And, to the point that we did have public input into this, the first design involved getting rid of the right turn lane, and that was going to worsen congestion, as the studies show. And I think what the consultants did and the staff did was to put the right turn lane back in and redesign the plan such that all the existing lanes are preserved, right? So we are adding the big median, we're knocking away the excess bike lanes and so forth and parking, but we're preserving all the flow of traffic in order to get to the point where at least 95% of the time the congestion is no worse than before. And during the times when somebody pushes the button, then of course, things are slower. But that's a trade-off I'm willing to take, because people are crossing the street. That's when people should be slower and the congestion is worse, because we've prioritized pedestrians or bicyclists. That's a trade-off that I'm fine with for worsening congestion. There was a third concern about no demand for this bicycle path. I think there was a public comment that said, if you build it, they'll come. And I do say, like, how many of us today feel comfortable biking all over the city? Maybe we probably have very few hands that would go up. But if I had a magic wand and I could wave it and said, what if we had bike paths all over the city that were safe? How many people would like to live in a Lafayette that was like that? I think we would see a lot of hands raised. And I do think it's a body like the city council that has to look 30 to 50 years into the future and find a way to make that magic wand work so that we have safe passage for more than cars, but also bicyclists and pedestrians. And I do think if we build it, people will use it. There was the caller from north of Spring Hill that talked about this not being just for high school students. This is a pathway for everybody north and south of that intersection. So I'll just close by saying that I think it's advantageous for us to get ahead of the terraces project with the design here, for that we can articulate our vision of what we would like for an improvement. We're not building anything, but by putting it down in paper, that gives them something to work with and adjust to, rather than vice versa. So I think from a timing perspective, I did think about, should we delay and do more research and study? But my conclusion is that no, we should use the timing to get ahead of the curve. This is just a design phase. It is the generosity of the state and Rebecca Barricane to get this project going. So I think being ahead timing wise of the terraces will be ultimately very beneficial to improving that intersection in many ways. So when I pause there, probably at the moment.
Thank you, Councilmember Kwok. Councilmember
And
Kendall.
while I appreciate both my fellow council members, I do not agree. I think, okay, so help me. He went from 22 feet, right? And then we're saying class 1 is 10 to 14. I don't understand this argument that if we put something on the east side, that it's going to be 22 feet. I mean, the median is going to be 22 feet, right? Exactly. So this class 1 is going to be 14. That's a big difference, right? We might be able to save one of those bike lanes. I mean, to me, the unintended consequences of all those core bikers, the big, fancy bikers they're going to be worse. They just plain are. And without the class 1, the pedestrians are worse with the median, right? And so I can't justify that in my Vision Zero saying that this is the right concept. And I wanted to. I've looked at this so many times, and I think I voted for it like on transfer on council to push this through, because we didn't understand how much it was going to cost us in terms of space right there at Deer Hill. And it was going to cost us our bike lanes and cost us some safety to the pedestrians. I can't do that. I can't make that determination without trying one time more, just to see if we can pause and see if a class 1 with the right of ways that we have, which should only cost us, we already have a sidewalk there that's, 4 feet, 5 feet. How much more is it going to cost us? And just to swag it, because I think that's really going to help the Akalani's Road Avenue, people getting to school. I think that really is going to help. And I think with the RFFPs coming in on the freeway, I think that also is going to help. And so to me, it seems like it's worth it to just, flesh that out. I know we may run out of money for a final design, but I think it's important to just at least take that one stab at it. I don't think the west side makes any sense, because that's where the school drop off is in their design terraces and our design, right? That's where all the cars are going to be putting all the pedestrians to drop off. I don't want bikes and peds and cars all there. So I'd rather put the people on the other side. And no matter what, they're still going to have to cross to get to the path. We're trying to go, safe routes to school. So we're going to Stanley to Akalani's, hypothetically. And so that's why I think the east side makes sense and not the west side. There's 2 pretty big reasons why the west side is not a great idea. So I would really, really encourage us to take this moment, spend, I don't know, $20,000, $30,000 and try to put that thing down and see if it makes sense. And I think it will alleviate a lot of the questions that we have, right? That a lot of the residents have, and because that's what they're one that they want. And I think we're going to get a lot more bang for our buck in terms of community support if we do this due diligence. That's how I look at it.
Thank you. So thank you. Oh, yes.
So thank you. I appreciate our reasoned and, dialogue and discussion. On the east side, were you saying $20,000 for a study for the east side? So I'm just asking, do we have I'm just curious.
I have no idea what it would cost. It depends on how intense you want to study this. If you're just doing some drafting, I don't know if this will involve remodeling things. If it, I wouldn't think it would, because you shouldn't be changing the lane configurations any. Yeah, conceivably 20,000, something like that, to draft up new ideas, but I don't know where we would pay for that unless we got approval. to use the money for that.
Okay, thank you. And thanks, Matt, for your work here tonight and obviously over the past years as well as staff. So, and thank you for the physical demonstration, Councilmember Clark. So I just want to say a few things. I know Vision Zero is definitely to protect, have that in mind, to protect our most vulnerable, which is the pedestrians and the bicyclists that are out there. And I would hope that any design that we come up with or consider would have that first and foremost in mind. And the congestion issue is different. And it sounds like we are accommodating and trying to minimize that as we, if this path were to be used more, we would then reconsider like, okay, how those signalings are, I'm sure we'd have to work that all out. But I just want to bring it back to the CCTA when they came and did their presentation. They said with the Vision Zero, there's always going to be that balance. You're going to have an impact on vehicular traffic if you're trying to better accommodate the safety of the pedestrians and the bicyclist. So that's just unfortunately a natural conflict of this, but Vision Zero is to protect those most vulnerable, and we have adopted it. This particular pathway, this particular design, I think, you know, came out of a very real need that we're trying to make those very same users of that road more protected. And it does protect them from those highway speed where people are actually picking up speed to get on or even get into traffic as they come into Pleasant Hill. I like the idea of pursuing this design because it is a discovery mode still. In fact, just this meeting and coming out has drawn obviously wonderful feedback from the Acalanes Avenue group. And it once again is a design. It's not putting into, you know, so we don't even have funding for it. That's something else. And when the terraces does weigh in, because we will obviously have to have them weigh in, that could mean actually something totally different, and we'd have to look at it then. But right now, I think this is an important step to take with the money we do have in hand, especially with Congressman Varakhan, having that in mind too, earmarking this specifically for safety and really making it the best we can. So this is the first start. So I, for one, would like to just put it that way. And this isn't a popularity contest. You know, staff, we heard from Public Works and Engineering and our CPAC group, they've been doing this work, supporting public safety and the ways we get around town for as long as this town's been incorporated. They've done a great job. They've become, you know, obviously Lafayette is what it is because of the work that staff has put in and because of the care and consideration for safety of all our neighborhoods and all these users of paths and our road network in general. So I do appreciate TransCirc's input and response, and as well as all the public commentary that has come in. And once again, this is, I think, the right step to actually incorporate more of that public comment and some of the ideas that have come up tonight or challenges, I should say, that would go back into consideration of the design. And with that, I just actually want to ask a question. If with this were to go forward and we were saying, yes, let's pursue this design, what is the standard that we might set for that Vision Zero to make sure, like the questions that came up about the safety, like, or I imagine we would use Kittleson, or will this go back out for an RFP for a design, and how much would that Vision Zero background we'd obviously want to require?
Well, we already have the contract with Kittleson to do the studies and the design. So if we go forward with the design, I will tell them exactly your concerns, which, while they wouldn't really be involved with the developer participation question, they certainly would be involved in the meeting to collaborate and make sure that the designs don't conflict with each other. I'd ask them to look at what we could do for the sidewalk on the Acalanes side. Is there something we can do to create a buffer? Quite frankly, I don't think we have any right of way to create a buffer, but one suggestion was a guardrail that would probably take 2 feet. So I'm not sure exactly how that could work, but maybe we could squeeze something a little bit and buy a foot here or a foot there and get a guardrail in. So I would let them know all of these constraints that we have come up with tonight and said that's the design we want to try and go with, make it happen. The taper for southbound Pleasant Hill Road going through that intersection. Maybe we can go more with a red line I drew, or perhaps make it even longer. What can we do to address that concern? And then check it against all of the applicable design standards that people have come up with for these sorts of things to ensure that we're not designing a problem.
Thank you. And you mentioned before that there are a timeline that you would actually check back with the designers. And would those checkbacks come back to some kind of public venue so that could be feedback? I just, on that, or is it basically going to come back as a design and then that's the design we'll put on that shelf until we get funding or shovel ready or talk?
If it is what the council wishes, we certainly can have a public meeting to let people know this is what the design looks like. I would want to manage the public's expectation as to what that means, because that doesn't mean that we're going to abandon it at that point and go somewhere else. It's more of informing them as to what the current iteration looks like.
Updates.
Yeah.
Yes.
But we certainly can do that.
Okay.
Typically we do.
Yes. Yes. Okay. Yeah. I know as a council and staff in our commissions try to be as transparent as possible, making sure we welcome the public as often as we can, and obviously welcome that comment.
Okay, so I want to make sure, it sounds like manage people's expectations. Basically, if we approve this tonight, we approve this. We may get tweaks, we may not get tweaks, right? We may get nothing changed from this. And so that's what we're voting on tonight. We're not voting on something that we get to come back and go, well, I don't think it's quite safe enough for the pedestrians. No, we made that bed today.
No, right. This
Right?
is the decision. I'm just asking the process. Should that go forward? Like, what is,
And you guys are okay
where
with
we get
that.
updates?
I'm just very we may not get any more than anything here, except for detailed design, right?
Yes, and just to ask a little bit of clarification there, Councilmember Candell suggested we could study on the east side a little bit more to improve safety on the east side, which I also had been thinking about. Should we exert more time and effort to do that? And maybe this is something where it's not either or, we could do both. I mean, you do have a certain budget, remember, that's unspent to get into the detailed design phase, and put as part of that design phase, you just mentioned that you would already give feedback that from Acalanes Road north to Stanley, you would give the community's feedback about how to make that safer, either through a rail or so forth. But could you, to accommodate Councilmember Candell, also just coming down south of Acalanes Road all the way down to Mount Diablo, have as part of the detailed design for Mount Diablo up to Stanley that any improvements on the east side could be recommended as well, to improve pedestrian safety on the east side border, knowing that the overall design, this is an overall design, not just for the center, right? It's for the whole interchange, right? And so we want to try to make it a win-win-win as much as possible. And so not to forget that we have public testimony of interest to continue using that east side trail, what improvements can be done in the scope of work that you have to accommodate increased safety on the east side. And if it's beyond the scope of work and it needs additional budget, then ask us. But I hope that is quite a significant amount of budget remaining and that could be part of their scope to assess pedestrian safety and even bicycle safety on the east side of the road. and maybe pick up a little bit of what Councilmember Candell is getting at here to find improvements there.
So just to be clear, it's with the center median design. As part of that design work, let's look at everything that we could possibly do on the east side sidewalk to either provide better protection for the pedestrians via guardrail or something like that, or maintain the separation between the cars and the sidewalk through buffers, which is what I think is more feasible as you get closer to the freeway. I think we have a little bit more room to work with there than we do up by Acalanes. So is that
and any
correct?
blinking lights that are going to be introduced? I mean, I think getting Kittredge up to speed on all the community input as well as Caltrain planning so that they have all of that for consideration in their scope so they can design, improve that side as well in their thinking, just to make sure the scope encompasses an optimization of the east side.
Okay.
May I ask a question?
Yes.
Or make a comment? As we're looking at all of this, and Stella and somebody else mentioned it as well, but I was going to wait until after we finished this discussion, but definitely working with Caltrans to clean up those not medians, those areas in the off in the cloverleaf. Yeah, the centers of those, because when we did, when we walked that, I mean, just in the last couple of months since I walked it, you can't see to judge who's coming into the cloverleaf. You just kind of have to count and wait, to make sure. So if we could make sure that we work with Caltrans to get that cleaned up.
Thank you. Those are two good, very good clarifications that, as we look at this as a median pathway, it's still part of the larger corridor. So I appreciate that clarification that we would like to optimize as best we can the safety on the east side, including, beacons up at Stanley, if that would be part of that as well, because we're at that end of the crosswalk thing. So all elements that we would love to optimize in this design should we go forward with this tonight. I think I've had something else, but I'm sorry, I can't get that offline. But is there more discussion? Councilmember Candell, do you have any more to add to that piece? Okay. Yes, are we ready to make a motion? There is a motion to be made.
Well, I'll make it and we'll see, or if we're going to have more discussion. So the staff, I would move that we support the staff recommendation, authorize staff to complete the design of the center medium pathway with the preservation of the dedicated right turn lane and drop off area. I would add to that we look at any safety improvements along the east side, particularly from Acalanes to Stanley, but also where we can along the rest of it from Stanley Deer Hill to Mount Diablo. Within that, I think those were and then the various questions that we had added in there. So that would be that we want answered. So that's my motion.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Before we take a vote, I just want to remind everyone this is for design. It's not definitive if there will be actually construction of this design, and there's still a funding issue. And as we heard earlier, we are looking to make sure we can fund everything that we already have on our list right now. So those are priority things as well. And there'll be time for obviously more public feedback along the way till we get to anything near funding this. So with that, I will take the vote. Councilmember Geringer.
Aye.
Councilmember Candell.
No.
Councilmember Kwok.
Aye.
I am an aye. The motion passes 3 votes yes, 1 vote no. And Bear and Dory absent. So thank you very much. And thank you all. I know, as Councilmember Quack pointed out, we all know this going forward in the work we do. No one's going to be happy with 100% of things. And we hope we will make it the best we can. And we trust staff to work with the consultants as well. And we welcome your feedback. So thank you.
So Vice Mayor, can you extend the meeting to whenever you want?
Let's see. Let me
think we
see
can-
where we're at with the agenda.
I move
you for
we,
coming
oh,
out.
sorry, I move we extend the meeting to midnight. Because it looks like those items can be done in that
Okay.
time.
Second, anybody?
Yeah, second.
Thank you. We'll extend the meeting till midnight. And we are moving on. There are no public hearings. There are no.
Was there a vote to extend?
Yeah. Oh, no, there was.
Aye.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
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 And I'm an aye. That's unanimous. We are extending till midnight. Thank you. Let's see, no public hearings, no items removed from consent. Council and commission reports. Any council members like to make a report?
No, I have a report. I have a request for a future agenda and Mike just walked out. But we're getting a lot of feedback about the roundabout pilot. And
Yes.
there is some Mike said that he needs direction if we're going to end the pilot any earlier than what was expected to be like mid-late summer.
Yeah, actually, we were going to do the Olympic project, but leave the pilot in place even during the construction.
Right. And so if we wanted to change that, based on based on feedback we've been getting and stuff like that, if we wanted to change that, he needs council direction.
Yes.
And so my suggestion is that we do bring it back to council if other people agree, and talk about it and maybe end it earlier than it was intended.
I would agree with that. It should come back because I think even the public wants to know when is the pilot and a little bit more of our parameters that we had for that pilot and the data we wanted to capture. So yes, that would be great if we could bring that back.
Bring it back for, we'll provide you with a status report, tell you what you had approved by way of the length of the trial, and then you can provide us with direction.
Thank you. Anyone else with an update? Okay. No, I guess I just want to recognize that we did receive the $3.1 million grant for the check for the School Street Safe Routes project. And, we're thankful to Rebecca Bauer-Kahn for this and look forward to more school safety and really all modal travel safety improvements. Okay, with that, City Manager, do you have an update?
In the interest of time, both the items I have are not urgent. I'll be happy to incorporate them in the next meeting.
Thank you. Written communications, we do have an email requesting. Oh, great, you're wearing orange. Great. Are you Liz? Oh, Liz, welcome. Welcome. Well, we have your proclamation. Oh my goodness. Yes, thank you. As for this June 2nd Gun Violence Awareness Day in Lafayette.
Liz has submitted a speaker slip.
Great. Liz, we welcome you to have a comment.
Hello. Is this working? You can hear me. Great. Hi, I'm Liz Keyser. Thank you so much for all that you're doing for the city of Lafayette. Thank you for staying super duper late, almost till midnight, working on really intense issues for our town. And you are very valued and very appreciated. So thank you for everything that you're doing. I also thank you for considering this proclamation for Gun Violence Awareness Day in Lafayette on June 2nd. I think you all know that gun violence in America is an epidemic, and now children and teens are highly likely to be killed by a gun in their lifetime, and it's the #1 killer of children. And that's something that I never thought we would ever say, but it's true. We have to do everything we can to provide a world for our kids that is free of gun violence. And this small step of signing this proclamation naming June 2nd as Gun Violence Awareness Day in Lafayette is a meaningful step, because not only does it bring awareness, but it also recognizes and honors survivors of gun violence in our communities. So I urge you to take this important step, and thank you again for all your time.
Thank you. Any questions for Liz? Okay, any?
I'm happy to
Thank
make
you.
the motion. I move, and I do want to thank you, Liz, for coming. And I agree with you that we never, ever, I just couldn't have imagined that every day we hear, about another shooting. And so I move that we approve the proclamation recognizing June 2nd as Gun Violence Awareness Day in Lafayette.
I second, I totally agree. I was listening. It's a congressman from Texas that is running, and he wants to change our calling assault rifles. He wants to call like the AR-15s, the ones that are, they give weapons of war. Just stop calling them, because there's assault rifles and then there's weapons of war. And yeah, let's do that too. Let's just change. We just have to stop talking about them the way we do. It's just crazy. So thank you for everything you're doing.
Yeah, I before we take the vote, I just want to say thank you. My son attends Chico State, and they just had a shooting on Friday night, Saturday morning, and it really was freaky. There's 5 people were shot. One 17-year-old was killed. And this is, within half a mile of the university. And obviously these are happening all over. I called my son and he said, this happens a lot. This is just a big report on it, because there's so many people. I'm like, oh my gosh. So thank you so much. And I'd like to actually all in favor.
Aye.
Aye.
And I'm an aye. It's unanimous. Thank you very much. And that's a wonderful shirt. I know you're encouraging us to wear orange. So yes, are those shirts available anywhere? Excellent. Excellent. Thank you very much.
What
Have
about
a good
dads?
night. Thank you for staying.
How about for dads that demand action?
Take care. And last on the agenda is the letter from Sarah Regan at the Chamber requesting approval of the use of the plaza for Community Day. And would anybody like to make a motion on that?
Well, I'll make a motion. I do
I'll
want to
make
say
motion.
that I didn't do it during the council member updates, but Community Day, we have launched the volunteer signups. We have, I want to say, between 10 and 12 projects. I want to thank the city staff, Public Works and Jonathan, everybody for coming forward with a number of projects that will help to beautify the community and bring community into the whole, effort that we're doing. And so it is a partnership with the Community Foundation of Lafayette, the city and the chamber. So the 3 C's, and Republic Services and PG&E are our major sponsors this year. And we will have music. We will raise the pride flag again in the morning at the kickoff, and there'll be 175 plus craft activity in the plaza, and the mayor will have a few words about that as well. So I would move that we approve the use of the plaza from 7 a.m. to 3:30 p.m. on June 3rd for Lafayette Community Day and 175 plus celebration, and adopt resolution 2023-30 authorizing street closures as described. And in there, it also has a free parking. We won't be enforcing parking on this during that same time frame in that area. So.
Thank you. Any seconds?
Yeah, second.
Seconds. Great. All in favor?
Aye.
And I'm an aye. That's unanimous. Yay, Community Day. And I hope you're all signing up for. Okay. Okay, I want to thank Beatrice and Philip back there for trying to help us work through those technical difficulties. Appreciate it. And with that, I think that's the end of our agenda. So last but not least, we are adjourned. Oh, hey, yeah, I'm going to use that because I won't be able to. Carl coming back. Really? Okay.